Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday, week of Thanksgiving, and that means it's time for a stream of whatever I feel like. And this week, what I feel like is starting a full playthrough of Half-Life 2. Um, this is the PC version. They just put up a big update that adds a handful of cool things. In particular, here, um, they added. Actually, I don't know everything they added. I think they added like a handful of stuff other than the main event that I'm like most interested in. I think the controller support might be new. I'm gonna be playing with controller, by the way, on account of I first played this game on Xbox 360 back in the day when it came out in the orange box. So that's how I like to play it, and that's how I will play it. And I hope it handles just as good as it would on an Xbox 360, and I assume it will. Why wouldn't it? This is a figured out thing. How to make controllers work the same on PC as on console. Um, but the main thing that they added here is I say it's the main thing. The main thing that I know of and that I'm most interested in here is that they've added commentary tracks. Oh wow, you can't navigate down to select commentary track with a controller, huh? Um, they've added commentary tracks to the single-player campaign of Half-Life 2. Now, the commentary track system is a thing that Valve has been doing for a while, and in particular, they started it in DLC for this game here, for Half-Life 2. They did Half-Life 2 The Lost Coast, and that piece of DLC had commentary, as did like every Valve game since then. Episode 1, Episode 2, um, TF2, Portal, Portal 2, Last of Us 2. They all had commentary tracks. I don't know, I can't speak to Alex or because I don't have a VR headset, and I can't speak to Dota because I don't play Dota, but all the all the major games that anyone could play and that weren't MOBAs or card games that failed, they all had commentary tracks that were quite robust. I wonder if now that I mention it, I wonder if what was it, Artifact? I wonder if that had a commentary track. That would be very interesting to look at in the wake of its massive failure. Like, that would be fascinating um, if they did it. I mean, I kind of feel like with live games you can't. With modern live games, I don't know that you can do that as much. Important thing, they've added commentary to this. That's what I'm going to do tonight. Um, I'll say I had a lovely weekend last couple days since the last stream on Friday. Before we start, I'll just say like, hey, I'm still looking at mattresses. I'm still not sure. I've still not pulled the trigger on that. I'm thinking about a Tempur-Pedic, but I don't know if that's too pricey. I don't know. I've been playing mostly Donkey Kong Land, and then yesterday Donkey Kong Land 2 came out, which is perfect because I just finished Donkey Kong Land, so I've started up Donkey Kong Land 2 now. That's fun. As far as games go, that's pretty much all I've been playing. I started rewatching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and have watched like 12 episodes because it's like the only one of the few animes that, since I watched Full Metal Alchemist as a child on American TV, I watched the dub version, and it's still grandfathered in being a dub, which means that I can watch it while doing other things and have it on in the background. And as a result, the episodes just go by one after another. It's nice. It's chill. Uh, I'm getting to some good shit. They really speed run through the start of that show, huh? I'm already like way past that now because I've just been letting them rip. And finally, right before the stream, I tried these fucking gummies for the first time. These like Skittles sour gummies. They're really good. They're like new or something. God damn, they taste really tasty. Finally, I want to note programming note here. Show the schedule real fast, but next this week's Friday stream is gonna be at noon on account of it's Black Friday and I have the day off. I've taken the day off. I figure let's do a early in the day stream. That may be good for European people or whatever. That'll be fun. But also on on um on Saturday, you can see this Saturday, the day after Black Friday, big extra live stream, 12 hours, 2 p.m., 2 a.m. Donors pick the games. I got this whole Xbox 360 all set up, and it's gonna be good. Let me show preview image. Let me show this preview image I have here. I put this up as a Twitch story. The basic, let me say, the basic concept. I started off with this thumbnail, which is going to be on the YouTube live stream when it goes, and then I edit it into this like promo that can be a Twitch story or whatever. But basically, I've gotten all the games that I have on Xbox 360, gotten all of them all ready to go, bunch of physical, and I was able to download all the like downloadable games, and I'm going to do a whole bunch of them kind of randomly, and also a donation incentive is that people get to choose some of the games, and I think that'll be fun. Also, I'm getting Sonic 06. I haven't gotten Sonic 06 yet, but I'm getting it. It's supposed to arrive tomorrow, and that game is infamous for good reason, and I'm gonna have it as a great big bonus incentive to see like a little bit of that, to play that. You know, it's a premium thing to go to one of the worst games of all time. Most of my games that I have are like good, and most of them I like them, and the ones I don't like, I'm not gonna say. You know, I don't think I'm gonna call them out necessarily, just to be on the safe side, you know. Let me read out the games. Here are the games that are available for this weekend's. Here are the games that I have on hand for the Saturday extra live stream I'm doing this Saturday. Amp 3, Blur, Catan, Doritos Dash of Destruction, Game Room, Gotham City Imposters, Greek Corp, Marble Blast Ultra, Pinball, FX2, Sonic 06, Tony Hawk's Project 8, Uno, Yaris. Those are non-backwards compatible. 3D Ultra Mini Golf, Aegis Wing, Alan Wake, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, Bastion, Beyond Good and Evil, Bioshock, Bioshock 2, Bioshock Infinite, Borderlands 2, Brothers, Brutal Legend, Bulletstorm, Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 3, Castlevania, Symphony of the Night, Castlevania, Harmony of Despair, Clone and Clyde, Custom Quest, Darksiders 2, Dishonored, Doritos Crash Course, Elder Scrolls 4, Elder Scrolls 5, Fez, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Far Cry 3, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, Forza Motorsport 3, From Dust, Halo 3 ODST, Halo Reach, Halo 4, Hydro Thunder Hurricane, Injustice Gods Among Men, Insanely Twisted Shadow Planet, Iron Brigade, Jetpack Refueled, Just Cause 2, Cameo Elements of Power, LA Noire, Limbo, Left 4 Dead 2, Left 4 Dead, Lego Batman, Lego Star Wars, the Saga, Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, Monday Night Combat, Mortal Kombat 2012, Outland, Pac-Man Championship Edition DX Plus, Perfect Dark Zero, Persona 4 Arena, Portal 2, Rayman Origins, Red Dead Redemption, Rock of Ages, Soul Calibur, SSX, Saints Row the Third, Saints Row 4, Shadow Complex, Soul Calibur 4, South Park, Stick of Truth, Space Marines, Spec Ops: The Line, Spelunky Stacking, Super Meat Boy Syndicate, The Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us, Viva Pinata, and XCOM Enemy Unknown. Those are the options. Ugh. Also, I'll say I have a couple more games here, but I played them too recently, or like all the way through on stream, so I don't feel like they're good choices for this, and that would be Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie, Nuts and Bolts, GTA 5, Sonic Adventure 2, and Explosion Man and the Orange Box, which, you know, I don't think it makes sense as a choice. I don't think it would make a lot of sense to allow people to choose Half-Life 2 for Saturday's stream, considering I'm playing it now. That's basically the logic behind a bunch of these. Like, I just played Splosion Man also on stream like a few weeks ago, and the rest of these full playthroughs have been done. Want to see some stuff that I've never done on stream before is my hope, and also I want you know, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun. Hope to see people out there, and yeah. That's, again, Saturday. Gonna be a long stream. Gonna take a break probably in the middle to eat a little bit, but it'll be like a short thing. You know, just to make sure the VOD doesn't go over 12 hours, I think. Like, you know, that YouTube VODs can't go over 12 hours, so I gotta make sure that there's a break in there to sort of make it just like 11:50 technically or something like that. Screwy. Screwy, but, worth thinking about. I bet. I think. Okay, that's enough about that. Let's I'm gonna use my mouse here, which you can't see, by the way, but don't worry about it. It's a ghost mouse. The mouse is not being captured right now. Okay. Yepers, I want that. You'll be invulnerable to damage while listening to a mode. Interesting. I didn't know that was a. I don't think that's a thing in the other games. I think you usually just have to wait until you're done with the action scene before you do the commentary.
Rise and shine.
Let's go,
Mr. Freeman.
Let's do this.
Rise and shine. Not that I wish to imply you have been sleeping on the job. No one is more
How's the
deserving of a
volume
rest,
here?
and all the effort in the world would have gone to waste until...
Definitely loud.
Well, let's just say your hour has come again.
How about there?
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
Maybe a little,
So
maybe a little
wake up,
lower.
Mr. Freeman.
We're being woken up. Woken
Wake
up.
and smell the ashes.
How about just 21 decibels negative? That should be good. So this is Half-Life 2. I never played the first Half-Life, so I never had the context for like why it starts here. But it does, and you know, you sort of get the impression that it's. I know what happened in Half-Life 1. I've seen Half-Life 1. I don't think I've seen like full playthroughs of it, but I've seen enough like. I have enough context for what's up with that. In Half-Life 1, there was an event that opened like a wormhole, and then aliens invaded the lab that you were in, and then you went and killed like an alien king or something, like a big alien dude, and you know, I picked up enough over the years to understand that much, and then the G-Man comes and he takes you away, and at the end, and it's a whole thing. And he returns you here because you have to do another thing and save another world, and or like save the day again, kinda. G-Man's a weird thing. Here's a commentary note. Hey, this is the first one. Also, there's credits. Hey, buddy. There's credits in the right there. Ain't that something? Let's listen to this.
And welcome back to Half-Life 2. It's been a long 20 years since its release. In this anniversary update, we've tried to respond to as many of the community's requests as possible. And while this might not be the absolute #1 request from fans, I often
like
hear
it.
how much people would like a commentary mode, so we're excited to finally make that happen.
What are the other
Not only is
requests?
it a challenge to remember many of the details of Half-Life 2's development, but it's not easy to crack open decades-old computer code and wonder what the hell you were thinking way back then.
Well, it's Half-Life
Along with
3.
the dev
That's the
we've cleaned up a bunch of old bugs
big
and
request.
tried to leave things in better shape than we found them. and at least this time we had the luxury of knowing how things turned out in the end. To listen to a commentary node, put your crosshair over the floating commentary symbol and press your use key. To stop a commentary node, put your crosshair over the rotating node
Yep,
and press
I know
the
how to
use
do
key
that.
again. And please let me know what you think. You can reach me at gaben@valvesoftware.com. Thanks, and have fun.
Cool. Yeah, it's probably Half-Life Episode 3, I guess, is the biggest request they get. Though at this point, it'd be long enough for it's been long enough for like an HD remake. They could totally do like a HD remake of this game. I say HD, 4K, something of that sort.
Physics objects. It might be hard to remember it now, but back when Half-Life 2 came out,
yeah, this
all
was new.
Objects in games, like these bits of trash, were usually static, as in they didn't really move, or if they did, it was in a very simple way. If you were lucky, they might break apart into some sprites if you hit them. One of the goals for this initial train station section was to really make it clear to players that these kinds of things were properly, physically, actually being simulated in Half-Life 2. They could be picked up, dropped, thrown, broken, moved by other forces, you name it.
Famous one is the can.
Just a small thing, showing that trash is being blown by the arrival of the train, or, more specifically, an invisible volume that's triggered by the player leaving the train.
I never noticed that. I just left the train and the trash was moving, apparently. I didn't notice that even a little bit. That the trash was moving around. Trash doesn't usually move around when you... Again with the photographs here. Trash doesn't usually move around when you open doors, I have found.
Train station. The beginning of a Half-Life game has a big job to do. We have to introduce players to a new world while teaching them how to interact with it. Players need to quickly grasp what's happening, who the key players are, what threats they face, and how they fit into it all. Above all else, it has to be as fun and interactive as possible. Nailing this takes a lot of iteration and playtesting, especially on the small moments that make up a bigger picture of the game. In this section, we'll highlight some key moments, game design problems, and a few playtests where things didn't quite go as planned.
Yep. Oh, I hope we get to see the Breens. The Breen is very important here.
But this stuff, it's all I have left.
Were you the only ones on that train?
All right, I'm moving. Jeez.
Not do that note. Or is it... Is the Breen done? Oh, there we go. Here's the Breen. Chosen or been chosen to relocate to... I don't know the whole thing.
I thought so much of
it's very iconic.
That I elected to establish my administration here in the citadel so thoughtfully provided by our benefactors. I've been proud to call City 17.
It's a
And so, whether you are here to stay or
I think
passing through on your way to
properly like a little bit sinister.
To City 17. It's safer here.
A little bit sinister how they like, all the propaganda there. I'm sure this commentary note is going to talk about like the importance of establishing like, yeah, you're kind of in some sort of dystopia. He's talking about benefactors who are blue-haired boy. Thank you for throwing Pikmin at me. He's talking about benefactors. What's the deal with that?
Cop shoving citizens.
He's talking about the
A
cops.
few feet and we're already got problems to solve. We're introducing the Metro Cop, an enemy that eventually we're going to ask
hey.
to kill, and giving you a glimpse of the world they're stepping into. It's a simple, clear moment that shows the relationships between the Metro Cops and citizens, and by extension, the player.
These guys.
At the same time, we decided to reinforce the existence of the core physics simulation, showing the way in which NPCs can casually interact with objects in the world. Seeing something like a suitcase knock into another and dislodge was pretty novel back then. These moments at the train station, where we combined multiple goals, were the most successful. They felt natural, like the game wasn't pausing just to teach you a lesson.
That guy's sweeping. Hey, blue-haired boy. I'm playing through this game, but with the commentary.
Another key moment of storytelling, and another nod to the physics system. Here, we're showing...
Oh, is he moving stuff around with the broom?
World, which is a big shift from their Half-Life 1 role as enemies. Like so many moments in the train station, This
There's
weekly
nothing there.
Bordagon came from our constant hunt for ways to show characters interacting naturally with the physics system.
Oh, hang on.
Why just tell players Bordagons are friendly now, when you can show one casually sweeping the floor and knocking around some simulated objects?
He's not.
Nothing signals, hey, don't
Nothing
shit
over
me this
there.
time around, like someone willing to tidy up.
I thought so much of City 17.
I'm not gonna wait to see him sweep up some stuff, but I believe that he does that, yeah. That's pretty cool. A lot of stuff that I never thought about here. I never noticed that guy was, like, sweeping physics objects, specifically.
Citizens. When it came time to design the human citizens of City 17 and the world outside the city, we chose to include a variety of races, ages, and genders. This not only provided narrative context for the Combine's enslavement of all of humanity, but it was also important to us that anyone playing the game could see themselves represented in the Resistance, with everyone on Earth united against the Combine. While we found a number of candidates to use as reference in creating these citizens through our daily lives and connections, we ultimately resorted to advertising in the Seattle Times classifieds to reach the desired range of faces that we'd envisioned.
Huh. That's neat. Is this going to be about the trash can here? I'm surprised nothing's been about Breen so far.
Natural storytelling. To achieve our world building and storytelling goals throughout the train station, we needed a natural way to deliver dialogue without it feeling too gamey or requiring tutorials. We noticed players often approached NPCs to get a closer look, so we turned that into an opportunity for the NPCs to acknowledge the player and deliver their lines. This kept interactions low-key, which was essential since the citizens aren't exactly too cheerful or lively. The simplicity of this approach also aligned with one of Half-Life's core storytelling goals, making the narrative responsive to the player's interest. Some players want to dig into every detail, while others just want to know what to do next. Giving players control over how much story they want to engage with, without it blocking progress, is a goal we always try to maintain in a Half-Life game. Plus, the less complicated a feature is to implement, the more of it we can include.
I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish
This guy's face. There was a webcomic back in the day wherein the main character was called Gordon Froman, and that model is what they use for Gordon Froman. So to me, that face is just inherently comical, really associated with that strip, which was very funny.
Departing, but they never arrive. And the ones that do arrive, they never leave.
Right. Let's go forward then. This is gonna take a bit, I guess, if we're just like
early tech planning,
stopping every 12
shipping the game always
feet.
teaches us a lot. We finally get to find out which choices we made were good ones, and which were ones we should do differently next time. So after Half-Life 1, when we sat down to start thinking about what kind of sequel we could build, we had all kinds of player feedback to digest. From it, we tried to build a master list of things that Half-Life 2 was going to focus on. We didn't try to design a specific player experience. Instead, we found it more useful to approach the question from a technological standpoint. Black Mesa's security guards and scientists had worked well. What could we do if we pushed it really, really hard on characters? We liked our interactive storytelling. What could we build that would allow us to do even more of it, and a greater variety? The exploration and interaction with the Black Mesa was compelling to players. Maybe a physics system would allow us to take that further. In all these areas, we tried to imagine the best version of it could look like years in the future, and back solve from that a set of technological steps that might get us there.
I don't know if really a physics system was like important narratively, but okay, sure. I guess that makes sense.
Storytelling.
Yes.
Creating a sense of immersion was a core principle in our approach to Half-Life 1's storytelling, and it led us to the self-imposed constraints of never, or at least very rarely, taking control away from the player and of keeping the player's avatar silent. These limitations made storytelling more challenging at times, but we felt it was important to stay with them for Half-Life 2. Our hope was that by maintaining these principles, we'd push ourselves to explore deeper, more interactive storytelling.
I think they managed that, yeah. So here we go through there after a cutscene happens. Okay.
Characters.
A lot of these commentary notes start off with someone saying a single word. Characters, story, physics, something like that.
One, security guards and
I'm noticing this.
could best be described as archetypes, not individuals. They were abstractions of characters that matched the visual fidelity we could achieve at the time. But as our technology improved
Wait,
Half-Life
dude.
2, we saw an opportunity to move beyond abstractions.
One
The
second.
increased visual fidelity of the character models, combined with improvements in animation, made us believe we could focus on creating individual characters, people you would actually care about.
Like
We
this
allowed
dude.
ourselves to write real dialogue and have characters deliver it in a way that felt realistic enough for players to not think about them as pawns in a video game, and hopefully propel our narrative forward. In 2001, a couple of years into development, we were energized by Japan Studios' Eco. Directed by an animator, it blew us away with its reliance on characters as the key connection to the player, giving us the courage to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like characters have been in video games for a long time. I don't know if Half-Life 2 is like the start of that.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon.
That's right,
Barney
this is,
from Black Mesa.
Barney.
Hey, sorry for the scare. I had to put on a show for the cameras. I've been working undercover with civil protection. I can't take too long or they'll get suspicious. I'm way behind on my beating quota.
Yes, Barney, what is it? I'm in the middle of a critical test.
Sorry, Doc,
I'm
but
not sure if even like real cops have beating quotas. I don't think that's quite the thing.
yeah, you and me both, Doc. He was about to board the express to Nova Prospect.
Well, Barney, what do you intend?
I'm thinking.
Alex is around here somewhere. She would have a better idea how to get him here.
Well, as long as he stays away from checkpoints, we should be okay.
You know, this kind of reminds me of, in retrospect, reminds me of, like, being at a theme park, right? This is very much like what happens at a theme park when you're in a line and you get to the pre-show. Like, okay, you're gonna be ushered into this room, and oh no, the resistance is here. You gotta run. You gotta run right now. Get into this ride vehicle. It's Rise of the Resistance. That's the ride we're going on. That's what this scene reminds me of. Okay, let's get on the...
Pile up some stuff to get through that window and keep going till you're in the plaza.
Okay, close the door. So now we'd be getting on the ride vehicle and going off on the ride. Rise of the Resistance is pretty great. Very, very good ride. We're not going to do that right now because we got to listen to these commentary nodes, so...
Blocking tutorials. At times, we need
again
to
with the single words.
Something, and the standard method, at least in game development, not in life, is to trap them behind a gate of some kind, where the player must demonstrate their knowledge to be able to continue. We try to disguise these gates as something natural, so it doesn't feel like the game has come to a halt. Of course,
like a theme park ride, yeah.
Time, resources, or the environmental context itself can make that tricky. In this case, we needed to teach the players how to move objects, so a simple stacking puzzle seemed like the best solution. We tested more complex designs, but they ended up being less effective at teaching the actual thing we needed the player to learn.
Do you need to use physics objects that much in the rest of the game? Maybe you have to like move stuff around to get behind boxes or something.
In tutorials too. There are two failures of note in this tutorial. First, players can break it by tossing all the boxes out the window, which is obviously not great. This leaves them stuck and unable to continue, which we consider a game-stopping bug that must be fixed. A clean solution would have been to tweak the window or crate sizes so that the player could fit through but not the crates. The problem was that we really only caught this problem late in development, and making even a simple change like that can have unpredictable game-breaking consequences, and right before launch no less. Also, this issue was purely theoretical.
What does happen?
We'd never actually seen players do it. Our playtest of the design space had gone smoothly, with players learning what they needed and moving on. So changing the room's design this late in the game could have disrupted that success in ways.
So what did you do?
So we opted for a more conservative fix rather than something elegant. If you're curious, try tossing all the boxes out the window.
Yeah, I gotta do that. Do I hear an explosion? Respawning box. Well, that is elegant, yeah. That's simple.
Tutorials 3. The second failure in this tutorial space is a case of misteaching.
Looks like it warps.
Where we accidentally teach the players something we didn't intend. This can be hard to avoid without extensive playtesting, since the game is always teaching, even when it's not by design. We cover a more extreme example of this later in Train Station. Some cases of misteaching are critical to fix, like if the player learns the wrong way to use a weapon or interact with a common element of the game. But this one was more subtle. While teaching players to move objects, we also taught them to stack physics objects to escape a space. Normally that's fine, except we don't deploy that puzzle later in the game, and teaching something irrelevant just clutters up their mental toolkit and makes it harder to readily keep useful things in mind later on. Worse, stacking objects to escape the play space become a problem later on.
Bugs,
something
yeah.
we had to actively prevent in multiple areas. With so many physics-based objects in the game, blocking this behavior without putting ceilings everywhere wasn't really an option. In the end, we hoped players wouldn't overthink this early lesson, and when playtests showed players getting stuck later on, we made sure not to remind them of it.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing. I know speedrunners do that shit all the time, and they have tricks where they can, like, make an object fly and like, launch them into the air.
Fall damage. Teaching players how to do things is an essential thing for the game to do. But for them to make confident decisions, they also need to understand the more subtle rules. This small moment covers two of those. First, it shows how far the player can fall without taking damage. Second, it introduces a bit of the game's vocabulary, how the game will communicate with them. Players often worry about taking fall damage, but they also worry about taking a step that they can't take back. So here, a welcoming crate to land on signals that dropping down is safe and it's the way forward. And when the crate breaks, it reinforces the physics simulation, and is likely the first time players will see that larger objects can be broken apart.
Did I break a box, or did I just land on the ground? I think I just landed on the ground. Went through a load, so there's new commentary now. I think we did it all? I mean, I wasn't counting, but I did everything I saw.
Pick up that can. Contextualizing tutorials, creating a story scenario in which they happen.
This one's
us do
famous.
More than just stop the game to teach players something. We get to add narrative value to the moment. Here,
You don't
teaching
know.
the player how to throw objects is combined with a narrative setup that gives them a choice in how to respond.
That guy said pick
After
up that
watching the
can.
Metro cops casually abuse citizens, it felt
Ow.
right to put the player in a similar position next. If they had opinions on how the citizens should have reacted, now they get to express them. Playtesting showed most players either complied or refused the request to pick up the can.
Or you
But
can,
some
like,
tried
throw it
to
at his
avoid the
face.
confrontation entirely. Others would comply initially, then retaliate after feeling humiliated. By keeping the moment relatively constrained, in both terms of player actions and the space itself, we could generally react appropriately to whatever choice they made.
Of all the, like, immersive storytelling in this game, I think that one moment is, like, the most iconic.
Playtesting. Playtesting is a core part of how we make games. We can never fully predict how players
buddy.
will respond or what they'll take away from what we built. So we test to learn.
What
and
happens if we wait in line?
During a playtest, we don't guide or talk to the player, even if they're stuck, as it's extremely unlikely that we'll be sitting there next to the player once the game ships. Our goal is for testers to forget that they're playtesting altogether and play as if they're at home. Any interruptions risk skewing the data,
so we only step in if there's a bug that's blocking progress, or more rarely, if their behavior is
getting
so confusing
close?
that we need to understand what they're thinking.
Yeah, that's always been a thing that they've talked about in all these commentaries, you know, the importance of not intervening on playtests for it to be, like, valid. And, you know, that sounds very reasonable to me as a way to go. You know, it's always sounded very logical. Nowadays, there are certain people, like myself, where you could be watching them play and go like, hey, what are you doing? And intervene as such, but I think it's generally a good rule of thumb. Personally, when I'm, like, doing... If ever I submit my level to someone else doing viewer levels, right? Let's say I'm doing that. I try to abide by the Half-Life, the Valve credo here and not jump in and say like, oh, hey, you can do this. You know, I see them like struggling with a jump over and over again. I'm not gonna say like, yeah, buddy, hit the run button. You know, I'm not gonna say like, do a spin there, do a spin there. I don't mind like, you know, viewers doing that. Obviously, it's whatever, your prerogative to give hints to streamers if you like, but personally I don't because of that. Because of the influence of these commentary nodes
Early
on
in a
me.
Half-Life game, one of our goals is to make promises to the player, giving them a sense of what to expect later on. From movies to TV shows and books, all great entertainment does this in some way, and video games are no different. The promises in a Half-Life game can take different forms. Some are simple, like offering just a glimpse of something intriguing. Others are more layered, like the interactions with Metro Cops. By putting the player in a powerless position
Where'd he go?
against them, we set the stage for that
He gave
future
up.
moment when they can finally get to retaliate.
Yeah, we'll get a weapon soon. And then we'll, you know, kill them. Seems like jumping is faster.
The Citadel. We wanted the player's first view of City 17 to highlight the Citadel and its dominance over the city, representing the Combine's complete and total power over humanity. It also needed to serve as a clear goal. Even at the start, you can see where your journey ends.
Give it a little more
Despite its
volume.
massive size, playtesters often missed it.
I kind of missed it
A player's
too.
sense of depth and scale can be tricky on a computer monitor. If you've played any games in VR, you'll likely have noticed that scale feels more natural. Anyway, in this case, the Citadel's position above the player didn't help things either, which may be because
Just looks like a very tall
trained
building.
players to focus straight ahead or down at their feet. To improve the chances of players taking in the Citadel, we added birds flying towards the structure. A subtle trick we found helps guide the player's view.
I didn't notice, but okay.
Ropes. One of the things we noticed in all of the reference images...
What did you say? Ropes? Ropes?
Ropes.
Ropes?
Ropes. One of the things we noticed in all of the reference images that we gathered for City 17 was that there were
wires?
cables and wires everywhere, and that they were a large part of the high-frequency detail in view. We love the look of these older European cities enmeshed in the haphazard web of modern life. We felt like we needed a solution for cables,
Let me
ropes,
guess.
and similar elements.
What's the technical
and we wanted them
challenge?
to be dynamic. Our level designers were eager to create plug puzzles, and connecting a cord to each plug helped players better
that's the thing.
understand the mechanics. Early in production, we built a rope system and iterated on it throughout development. Under the hood, each rope is made of multiple segments stretched between the two endpoints, and they can move independently. Each segment acts like a spring and responds to forces in the game, such as a gentle wind.
Thank you for the follow, Gaming Spear 6. I appreciate
The
it.
passing of a Combine gunship overhead. When rendered, each segment is shown facing the camera and is bump mapped, which is crucial for giving the ropes a realistic, rounded appearance.
It's interesting. Obviously, I'm listening to the commentary because I find it interesting, but first impressions here, I'm just... This was so early, they had to develop ropes. They had to figure out ropes for the first time. You know, I'm almost reminded of, like, those early Pixar movies where they basically are saying, like, with each one, like, yeah, for this one we had to invent fur. We invented fur in this one. We invented water for Finding Nemo. Water was a new thing for us. And, you know, it wasn't just for them. It was basically for... Well, I don't know if it was for the whole industry. I mean... Are there ropes in Banjo-Kazooie? There were in Nuts and Bolts. That's later, though. There's definitely ropes in, like, some Mario games, I'm sure. There's tight ropes in Mario Party, I know that. But, like, different from these ones. Clearly. What's this one, you think?
Playtesting Anecdote 1. One memorable playtest reminded us that we can never be certain what players are thinking or what lessons they've taken from their experience. This tester, after playing from the start and stuck trying to open a door, spent several minutes going back and forth between the game and the keyboard settings. When we asked what they were looking for, they said they were searching for the inventory controls, thinking they could use an item they'd picked up earlier to unlock the door. While we'd seen them collect and drop several physics objects, they'd misunderstood what was happening. The tester believed that pressing the use key while holding an object moved it into an inventory because the item dropped straight down. We knew it was just gravity, but their assumption wasn't crazy. Some adventure games of that era did slide items into an invisible inventory that way. We explained there was no inventory, and the playtest continued. Later, we considered whether we needed to address this, but since no other playtesters had the same confusion, and all of our potential solutions were more heavy-handed than necessary, we decided it was an outlier that was okay to remain unaddressed. It served as a good reminder, though, of how even the most subtle, overlooked details can mislead a player.
That's fascinating. So they thought when they hit X and dropped it down, it was just going into their pocket.
Thank you for writing.
I guess, you know, hey, when you're doing playtests, you have to collect people who have never played a shooter before, / who maybe, like, you know, have only played adventure games, for instance. That must be the case.
After being
must be what it was.
Stationed by Metro Cops, we wanted to give the player a chance to explore. This plaza offered several ways to interact with citizens, Metro Cops, scanners, and the city infrastructure.
I think I mostly just walked.
To continue building the world without needing explicit tutorials, and we refine them until they work naturally, without any real training.
Yeah, I think I just, when I played this, I just walked until I found the way. You know, until I found, like, the thing. Which is, like, which way now? Is it this way? Open door over there. Nope, that's a force field. Where are we going? All the doors are super locked, so... Oh, right there. That way. I feel like... maybe those commentary notes drew me further out than I usually would be. You can't go in there. There's a guy getting a beating.
Strider. This simple moment is a promise that you'll encounter this enormous thing later in the game.
That's pretty cool.
Even an uncomplicated scene such as this really does require a lot of playtesting and iteration because of Half-Life's goal of not taking control away from the player. As you can imagine, it takes a lot of small tweaks to ensure that as many players as possible are looking at the right place at the right time here. The street layout and the Metrocop scene are all set to guide the player's gaze, perfectly framing the Strider when it appears.
Early game exploration. Up until this plaza, the player likely hasn't had to think much about their path, as it's been clear and straightforward.
Yep.
But here, we wanted to encourage exploration, which meant making the way forward less obvious, which can produce a feeling of being lost or, worse, confused, as you might expect.
I know that feeling.
These kinds of shifts can be tough, especially early in the game, when the player is still learning the game's guidance cues. Here, it's further complicated by force-fielded checkpoints, which allow NPC citizens to move through, but restrict the player, leading many playtesters to believe that there was a way to bypass them.
I did think that for a
Ultimately,
second,
it was
even though I
extensive
knew.
testing that helped us find the right visibility for the alley forward, using lighting, layout, and a wooden crate, an object players have already used as a sign they're headed in the right direction, all to subtly guide them forward.
Closed captions. During Half-Life 2 development, we were approached by folks interested in accessibility who encouraged us to go beyond the subtitle system we had built for Half-Life 1. They requested a full-featured closed captioning system to capture all game sounds, not just dialogue. This turned out to be a much tougher challenge than expected. Half-Life 2 produced a wide variety of sounds, and categorizing them for captions was crucial. Prioritization was also
footsteps.
Dialogue needed to stand out, and it had to be clear who was speaking. Ambient sounds, like distant combat, were important for setting the mood in some levels, but less so if there was an enemy shooting nearby. Our level designers also often reuse sounds in different contexts, so sound might require captioning in one area, but not in another. Ultimately, every sound in the game ended up with its own caption data, formatted almost like a small version of HTML, giving us control over the visual style of each caption. As with the audio files, the caption data was too large to keep in memory, so we built an asynchronous caching system to handle it efficiently.
You guys want to repeat your...
There.
Thank you. I was saying if they wanted to repeat their dialogue, but they managed to. A lot of physics objects here. I guess we'll play with them while listening.
Even though we began Half-Life 2 with a functional third-party physics simulation, it still took us years of additional work both on the simulation itself and
Well, I guess it was Havoc physics, right?
Until we felt like we could meet our designers' ambitions. Maintaining a shippable level of quality and performance was something we knew would be a challenge along the way, but the more subtle issue was actually figuring out what to simulate and to what extent. We can't simulate everything and even if we could, there are game design reasons why the experience is better when we don't.
Not the grass, I guess.
In many cases, we deliberately bend the simulation to improve the player's experience. These adjustments usually go unnoticed because they align with player intentions. For example, we disable collisions between the player and large objects to let them turn in narrow spaces. Or we tweak the Combine rifle's alternate fire to gently guide the Combine ball toward enemies, making it more effective.
Seen some weird, like, hiccups in the game. Y'all seeing this? Computers are unaccountable.
Physics Simulation 2. Areas where game design or other constraints impacted the physical simulation often required extra tuning to keep the simulation from blowing up. As an example, early on we experimented with increasing the simulation on the player entity, which is to say, make player movement much more a part of the physical simulation of the world.
But that was
no
no
good. Might make movement feel less precise, but hoped it could lead to some novel experiences.
Weird behavior.
However, after tuning the movement to match the less simulated version, we hit a major problem. The physical force needed for the player to move at their usual speed was so high that simply running into other simulated objects could result in death from the impact. We iterated on it, but ultimately couldn't find a solution we liked and reverted to the less simulated movement. However, this wasn't exactly the easier path. It introduced new challenges with how the less simulated player interacted with the more simulated objects in the game. But it did allow us to deliver the precise movement experience we wanted.
Yeah, movement, like, good like, movement feel is, tough.
This small baby doll has a long legacy.
Especially if
During
it's
the
all
long months of
physicsy.
internal testing, some of the team turned it into a challenge, a way to make the 40...
Whoopsie daisy.
Crate baby.
Say again?
This small baby doll has a long legacy. During the long months of internal testing, some of the team turned it into a challenge, a way to make the 47th playthrough of a game a bit more fun. They'd place the doll inside of a nearby blue crate and see how far they could carry it throughout the game. After Half-Life 2 launched, the community started carrying Crate Baby as well, adding their own stories and rules to the mix. A few years later, while working on Episode 2,
the gnome thing.
This was the inspiration for the Little Rocket Man achievement, where players had to carry a garden gnome dubbed Gnome Chomsky throughout the entire episode. Chomsky even made a comeback for Left 4 Dead 2 in the Garden Gnome achievement, where players had to carry him through the Dark Carnival campaign. These kind of interactions with players are some of the most rewarding parts of game development. We design games with theories in mind, but you never really know where things are going until players get their hands on it.
I'm pretty sure I did that. I'm sure I really could look at achievements.
Playground. When we discussed ways to highlight
on the
physics
Xbox
simulation around the city environment, a playground felt like the natural fit. And for players paying attention to Dr. Breen, it's also a reminder of the cost of humanity's surrender to the Combine. We chose a few playground structures with interesting physics potential and began tuning them. Even with the advanced physics simulation we had at the time, setups like this always required hand tuning, as we had fully simulated objects interacting with non- or partially simulated ones, such as the player or static world geometry. It might be easy to assume that a simulation can carry a lot
Where's
of
that baby?
load of implementation, but even now, 20 years later, that is rarely the case. Back when we were working on the playground, late in development on the game,
Excuse me.
we couldn't get the
Taking the
friction
baby.
on the slide to feel right, so we decided to break the ladder so the player couldn't get up there. However, you still can just walk right up the front.
Ow!
As is commonly
Dick.
the case, you, the player, get the last laugh on us.
Never considered that the slide would be a thing. That's fine. Let's go on. There's gotta be a load screen right here, given with how the things are going. Boy, when you do every commentary,
Materials and shaders. Half-Life 2 came out in the midst of a significant shift
Add
in 3D
some time.
graphics, where the industry moved from textures to materials and shaders. In Half-Life 1, every surface had a texture, essentially an image
Ooh.
wrapped onto the polygons of the surface. But by
Look at this.
Half-Life 2, just 5 years later, every
That's
surface
cool.
had both a material and a shader. The shader was a lump of code that customized how the surface was rendered. The material defined properties for how the surface behaved physically and how it responded to gameplay.
they gotta talk
features.
about these windows.
It also held references to textures and other parameters for the shader to use for rendering. As a result, artists and designers had much more control over how things looked and behaved. However, this came with a trade-off. Half-Life 1 could run on a computer with only a CPU, but Half-Life 2 required a GPU because the computations needed for materials and shaders were specifically designed for GPU hardware. The refracting glass door here is a clear example of a custom shader, but every surface in the
There we
scene
go.
is actually running a shader of some kind.
I was kind of just waiting for them to talk about the door, I guess, with that one. I mean, it's interesting enough, you know, glass. Everything, or GPUs, it's all GPUs now. Everything needs a GPU.
Cube maps. With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and steel. These surfaces had to know what to reflect, but in 2003 we couldn't do any of that rendering in real time, so we developed the cube map system for
Buddy.
pre-computed reflections. A cube map is a set of 6 images on the inside of a cube, capturing the environment in every direction, like a panoramic photo that surrounds you on all sides. Level designers placed invisible marker entities throughout the levels, and during map compilation, we generate a cube map at each marker. Then, during gameplay, when rendering a reflective surface, we locate the nearest pre-computed cube map to create the reflection.
Huh. So cube map is just like... What reflections, though? Like, if you look in there? Where's a reflective object? I don't see one. Or is it like...
Cube maps.
What now?
With the addition of materials and shaders, we needed a solution for reflective surfaces like glass and steel.
Glass and steel. Okay. Where's glass or steel? I guess this is steel. Not a great example of it. Oh, on the floor. The floor? I guess maybe the lights. You think this is like ray trace? I don't know. I don't think they got ray tracing now. High, reflect all, texture detail. Some of this might be like in the new update or like relatively recent, not like at launch 20 years ago. Like, look at this, the way that the light reflects there. That looks too good for 20 years ago. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe that's just lighting. I might be just looking at regular ass lighting, not reflections.
Was that you knocking?
No, I'm trying to
Field of view.
do this.
In Half-Life 1, we used a 90-degree field of view, or FOV, which was fairly standard for first-person shooters at the time. But during Half-Life 2's development, we grew unhappy with it. With our game's focus on characters, we'd put extensive effort into detailed facial and body animations. But the 90-degree FOV just didn't allow players to get close enough to fully appreciate that detail. So we began experimenting with a tighter FOV and ultimately landed on 75 degrees. It took some adjustment for both us and players, and it required an additional FOV for view models, which are the player's weapon, held at the bottom of the screen. Their models were originally built with 90 degrees in mind, so they looked distorted at 75. But this change succeeded in doing what we wanted, putting our characters front and center in the game.
That's cool. Just throwing shit out a window. Not everything can break a window.
As our characters grew more lifelike between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, we wanted the game world to feel equally realistic.
How do they got
In
this?
Half-Life 1, the limitations of first-person games often made it easier to lean on stylized or abstracted environments. But with Half-Life 2, we set out to create a setting that felt grounded in reality, which meant focusing on a lot of small details we hadn't before. One of our main steps was creating reference maps to standardize how we'd map real-world proportions into the game. These maps establish details like wall and door dimensions, doorknob height,
That must be a thing for the next
interior
commentary
lighting,
thing.
furniture scale, and the general scale of common objects. We created standardized textures for level designers, complete with scale and lighting values. The layouts would be consistent from the start. Besides setting up the physical world, these reference maps defined how the player would move through it, how high they could jump, how low they could duck, and the size of spaces like vents. Using these maps as foundation, we were able to keep our world geometry consistent and ensure realistically sized spaces across the game.
That's smart. These are all full of smart things to do when putting together a game. Hey, buddy. Mind me.
Anymore.
Everything's gonna be okay.
I thought this was a glitch, but this is just...
When is it all going to...
Missing material. Early on in developing our low-level graphics code, we realized it would be difficult to spot polygons that weren't rendering due to a missing texture. When this happened, you typically just see black where the polygon should be.
I feel like this is a more common thing now.
In darker scenes. To catch this bug more reliably, we created an error texture that would be visually unmistakable and generated automatically whenever a texture failed to load. This gave rise to the now iconic purple and black checkerboard texture, which has since taken on a life of its own well beyond Half-Life 2.
I suppose, like, if you ran into that any bug where...
The raid. The section ahead, where the Metro cops raid the apartment
Hold on,
the
buddy.
players inside, took a
Hold
lot
on,
of
buddy.
iteration to get right. Generally, we design Half-Life to let players set their own pace, since people move through the game in a variety of ways. Some players run, ignoring anything that doesn't seem like a threat, while others methodically poke at everything. So, whenever we need to force a specific pace, it's always a challenge to ensure players perceive that pace and naturally play along. Since this is the first time we do this, we had to put in a lot of work to make it clear to the player that they needed to move quickly, and there's no time for exploration here.
Dude, yeah. He was just wailing on me there. These commentary notes make me invulnerable.
The Raid 2. In addition to making sure the player
Are they
felt
following?
pressure to move forward, we had to ensure the raid itself was foolproof. There couldn't be any way for the player to avoid it or double back past the Metro cop. The real challenge wasn't that players would try to break the scene, but that many would panic and run in random directions once they realized they were under threat for the first time.
Block out the door and
This
just make it
requires a
one way.
delicate balance. We wanted
There's
a
no other way
heart-pounding
where you can
escape,
go.
the sense of real danger, but we wanted players to make it through on their first try and feel like they escaped by the skin of their teeth. To achieve this, we kept the path ahead clear and reminiscent to the one they had just taken through the previous floor. A series of carefully placed triggers controls the threats appearing ahead and behind, maintaining the pressure while still giving players enough time to stay ahead of their pursuers.
Is this guy gonna stop now that the start going? We are being chased right now, right? In theory. I guess usually you wouldn't stop here and maybe wouldn't notice that you weren't being chased. Also, maybe the commentary thing like puts on some brakes and it's like, hang on. They gotta look at this shit. You know.
The roof. There's no time to lose.
You gotta learn about the raid. Like if I turned around right now. Oh, there's guys. Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay, turning around was a bad idea. Okay.
Head for the roof. There's no time to lose.
I bet that the other room was just like... Excuse me? It was like right before the raid, really. I guess these.
Health and no HUD. The rooftop chase sequence posed a unique design challenge. We didn't want it to be a true gameplay obstacle, and our best case was for players to make it through on
they're
their
shooting
first
me.
try. But we still wanted to create the sense of real danger, where players felt legitimately threatened if they didn't keep moving. The challenge was that without the HEV suit, players don't technically have a heads-up display or HUD, which means no way to show damage or remaining health. After some experimenting, we created a special health system for this section, using a red glow around the screen to indicate damage. Players reacted as we hoped, taking it as a sign to keep moving, and the chase unfolded as intended. To top
That's
it off,
pretty
we
standard
made
now.
health regenerate quickly so the glow wouldn't linger, reinforcing to players that running was indeed the right choice, and ensuring players weren't taken down by a stray bullet at the end just because they dawdled or hesitated earlier on.
Where are we going? Here we go. That's the strawberry jam. I mean, I do wonder, like, when they talk about like this, right? What things did
Testing anecdote 2.
they invent versus like
In the upcoming section,
what was
we
just
needed
common
to
practice
knock
then?
down so Alex could save them. With limited time and resources, we simplified the encounter as much as possible, reusing existing systems and letting it play out like a normal combat sequence, with a custom event triggered when the player died. After a few playtests to fine-tune the timing, we moved on. But as we got close to shipping, we encountered a problem with a playtester who quick-saved constantly and immediately hit quick-load whenever they thought they'd failed. When a Metro cop hit them, they quick-loaded before Alex could step in, repeating this more than 10 times before we asked them to stop. At this stage of development, in the final bug
Disable the
fixing
quick
phase,
load.
we had to limit ourselves to fixing only game-breaking issues, since even small changes could risk breaking something more important.
That's probably true.
Knowing this was a rare edge case, because most players had no trouble, we made a few conservative changes. We shortened the delay between the knockdown and Alex's first line, and changed the fade-out color to white instead of black, which wasn't ultimately that useful since players hadn't died enough yet to associate black with death. We considered disabling quick load for the few seconds that the scene plays out, but we were worried that could introduce a bug where quick load became disabled permanently.
That'd probably be bad, yeah. You know, I played on...
Over here! Ha, no, you don't!
Okay, make sure that I can read that node, please. I'm still where I was, right?
Dr. Freeman, I presume. We'd better hurry. The Combine can be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
Okay, there's the node.
Alex. Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We
And let her do her,
That you might not have a map.
do her dialogue.
Alex. Nailing Alex's design was a big challenge. We wanted the player to both respect and care for her. Saving Eli was a key player goal midway through the game, and we knew that getting players to care about that goal would be easier if they also cared about Alex and her relationship
cool
with
coat.
her father. We intentionally designed, wrote dialogue, and cast a voice actor for Alex to be savvy, capable, and relatable within the Combine-controlled world, while also making her attractive and charismatic. We aim to avoid the objectification, exaggeration, and hypersexuality that many games of the 2000s featured, as we felt that would undermine our goals for her character.
I think they managed that.
Alex.
She's a good-looking character, but not
Nailing
like
Alex's design was a
offensively
big
so.
challenge.
I wonder what happens
We
if you
wanted
jump
the
out a
player to
window
both
whilst invulnerable. Oh, it doesn't. That was a silly thing to do. I was just very curious since they said I was invulnerable. Not from jumping off the level then. I mean, what was gonna happen, I guess.
Playtesting anecdote 2.
Pretty saw that one. Thank you.
No, you don't.
I guess a weird thing about this being like a in-engine cutscene is that you can't skip it at all.
Dr. Freeman.
The only thing you could do is like get to the load zone, the next loading
Hurry.
screen faster by
Combine can
like.
be slow to wake, but once they're up, you don't want to get in their way.
Alex.
Dr. Kleiner said you'd be coming this way. I don't think it occurred to him that you might not have a map.
Let's go.
I'm Alex Vance. My father worked with you back in Black Mesa. I'm sure you don't remember me, though.
Is that a hat?
Man, a few words, aren't you?
Or is that hair? It does look like hair, but there's like a red line in it.
NPCs on elevators. We often spend a significant amount of time solving problems that players might not even notice. Many of these are subtle design challenges, while others stem from multiple systems interacting with each other.
Hold on.
For example, getting non-player characters to ride in elevators posed a complex problem because it involved various systems, NPC AI decision-making, navigation planning, and movement simulation, to name a few. Additionally, the elevator itself had its own simulation requirements unrelated to NPCs.
Yeah.
One of the more subtle challenges came from the fact that we simulate NPCs at a slower rate than we simulate elevators. This meant that NPCs on a descending elevator would simulate to make sure they were properly standing on the elevator.
Look jerky.
And then the elevator would simulate a few times, each time moving further down the elevator shaft, subtly leaving the NPC behind. Shortly after that, the NPC would simulate a second time and pop itself down on the elevator floor once again. You can imagine that it was hard to take Alex seriously when she was constantly falling down in small increments while talking to you.
Interactive storytelling. When we started on Half-Life 2, storytelling in games was generally either high fidelity and linear or low fidelity and interactive. We knew players had seen high-quality storytelling in games, but they'd never been placed right in the middle of it, able to watch it unfold around them, interact with it, and examine any part closely.
Guess that's true.
While that goal excited us, we didn't yet know how it would work or what kind of technology we'd need to make it happen. We had built a variety of storytelling technology in Half-Life 1, but it was mostly presented in front of the player and lacked the interactivity and fidelity we were aiming for. So Kleiner's lab became the section of the game we used as a testbed to figure out how our interactive storytelling would actually function.
This way, Gwen.
Yeah. We still haven't gotten to any actual gunplay
Funny, you
on
showing
account
up on
of
this day in particular.
listening to what has probably been like an hour of commentary up to this point. I mean, it's been an hour since we
We've been
started,
helping
since,
people
so
escape the city
yeah.
on foot. It's a dangerous route to my father's lab through the old canals.
Okay.
Lab. Kleiner's
15.
Lab was the first piece of storytelling we worked on, and the one that took the longest to figure out. In addition to its role in launching the player into the game, it eventually became the unifying vision for the development team in terms of storytelling. As we began building our characters and narrative delivery around the player, many questions arose, all of which felt like major risks for the game. Would players be able to extract the important information from the scene? Could we get them to care about these characters? How would we support players with varying levels of investment in the story? How costly would it be to produce a scene like this? And
I think
how
they
many
managed
more
all
would we
these
need? These
all
and
these
many more were
questions.
questions we couldn't answer until we built enough of the scene and tested it with a lot of playtesters. Frustratingly, unlike many other problems we face, these weren't questions we could confidently answer until we had done significant work. We can often test gameplay ideas with low fidelity prototypes, but if a player isn't invested in our storytelling when the characters are just gray blocks, how confident can we be that they'll care once the characters are fully realized?
Yeah, I don't know. It's necessarily like how good the game looks that makes me interested in it as a story. Like, you know, there's definitely been games that exist like Thomas Was Alone, where it's just literally, still when it came out, literally just blocks talking, and like the writing is what makes it compelling.
Choreography. The system we built and iterated on to deliver Half-Life 2's storytelling was internally called Choreo, short for choreography. Early on, we found it useful to imagine we were writing a play where one of the actors didn't know the script. We needed a system that could control all the other actors
It's a good
moving
metaphor.
around the stage, delivering their performances and speaking their lines. To handle this, the other actors would need to seamlessly mix our directorial commands with dynamic responses to the player's position and behavior.
It's like that one movie,
Timing was clearly going to be a major challenge.
Truman Show.
As any part of the scene might need to lengthen, contract, or even pause, depending on what the player was doing.
You know, you can just press those buttons and it just comes right out. Oh.
Nice to finally meet you.
She's opening a door. A lot of secret doors in this place. That's
Face
cool.
Poser. The primary tool we built to power
Face
the
Poser?
Choreo system was called Face Poser, an
Oh.
inaccurately named program that allowed our animators to lay out the entire structure of our scenes along a timeline. The timeline contained a series of choreo commands for the actors, along with all the necessary information for them to perform those commands. By layering these commands on the timeline, animators could easily describe how an actor might need to face one thing while talking towards another and
Guess it's
walk
just
to a
died.
different location all at the same time. But the timeline wasn't a fixed linear sequence. Actors would follow their commands, but they had to respond dynamically to the world around them. An actor might take longer to move to a location if the player is in the way, or they might need to wait to deliver a line because another actor has been delayed by the player. Face Poser allowed us to rapidly iterate on scenes, trying different layouts, dialogue deliveries, and timings. This ability to quickly experiment and
wonder-
adjust proved critical in finding the right performances to achieve our character and narrative goals.
Yeah, it's looking like... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. There's so many commentary notes in this one room. I wanted to see if I could do this thing. There was a thing the speedrunners do where they just sort of like, as characters are walking,
Almost all right.
they take physics objects and they just bop them on the head,
No better, I'd suspect
which causes them to like warp forward a little bit.
Gordon Freeman. It really is you, isn't it?
I guess I can't do it.
Outside. Bit of a troublemaker. Isn't
They
he?
need to be walking
We
first.
owe a great deal to Dr. Freeman, even if trouble
Maybe.
does tend to follow in his wake.
Perhaps it's harder than it looks.
I must say, Gordon, you come at a very opportune time. Alex has just installed the final piece for our resurrected
See if I can do
teleport.
this.
I can't take any credit for the breakthrough, Doctor.
Nonsense. Your talents surpass your loveliness.
Let's just see if this thing works, okay?
Well, is he here? There you are. Man, Gordon, you stirred up the hive.
They make it look so easy. Apparently it's not.
It'll jeopardize everything we've worked for.
Don't worry, he's coming with me.
That's right, Barney.
Also could be
This
harder
is a
on a
red
control.
letter.
Who knows?
We'll inaugurate the new teleport with a double transmission.
You mean it's working?
Versus a mouse where you can move the cursor at any speed you like.
No,
You know, physically.
There's nothing to be nervous about.
What cat?
We've made major strides since then.
They're gonna teleport me.
What cat?
Doc,
But first I'm gonna read all these... I say read. Listen to all these things.
I almost forgot. Barney, I'll give you the honor.
I've got to get back on my shift, but okay. Here we go. Ah! Damn it, get it off me!
You haven't seen a head crab at this point, so I bet one of these commentary nodes is gonna say a thing about that.
Certainly not. Never fear, Gordon. She's debeaked and completely harmless. The worst she might do is attempt to couple with your head, fruitlessly.
Get that thing away from me!
Here, my pet. Hop up. No, not
This-
up there. No, no. Careful, Lamar. Those are quite fragile. Oh, fie. It'll be another week before I can coax her out of there.
Yeah, longer if we're lucky.
Barney, you're not an animal person.
Well, Gordon, go ahead. Slip into your suit now.
Okay, let me listen to all these things first, and then we'll get on the suit.
Choreo commands. This debug visualization shows the two most common choreo commands actors receive throughout a scene, internally known as look-ats and move-tos.
Oh.
Actors are given targets to look at, sometimes more than one at a time, and then try to focus on the one that makes the
Makes
most sense
sense.
given their current state. At the same time, they might be receiving move-to commands, which tell them to move to a location and face a specific direction or object. Even these seemingly simple commands involved a lot of complexity.
What's she looking
scene
at?
might require an actor to talk while typing on a keyboard, all while looking at an object the player is holding. Since we couldn't predict where the player would be during playback, authoring scenes like this required us to break each element of the scene into separate pieces and layers. These could then be reassembled as needed during playback, based on the player's actions and interrupted if necessary.
Dr. Kleiner said you should wear that thing. You should wear it.
I will. Give me a minute to, consume all this commentary. What's gonna happen, by the way, if you don't know this game, is that, action is going to start very soon.
Gordon, the longer you delay, the greater the danger to us all.
Don't worry, nothing starts until I put on the suit and we do another thing. Nothing starts until then. That's how the game works. It's predetermined.
Lab interactivity. In our choreo scenes, we have the player trapped for a bit, allowing us to focus on the characters and narrative.
So can
To
I put a
accommodate
book there?
different players, some deeply invested in the story, others unable to stand still for more than a second, we felt like we needed a constant stream of interesting details on screen. We scattered narrative elements throughout the environment, ensuring some were interactive,
Didn't work.
essentially toys for the player to tinker with.
Hang on.
In some cases, we embedded further storytelling into these, like the cactus mini teleporter hinting at the upcoming teleporter failure. It was a delicate balance. Too much visual interest could distract players from the core of the
Kinda
scene.
worked.
Ultimately, Kleiner's lab played it safe with interactivity, as it was the first major choreo scene. Later, in Eli's lab,
Well, Gordon,
Fuck!
go ahead.
lab interactivity. In our choreo scenes, we have the player trapped for a bit, allowing us to focus on the characters and narrative. To accommodate different players, some deeply invested in the story, others unable to stand still for more than a second, we felt like we needed a constant stream of interesting details on screen.
Messed up
We
there.
scattered narrative elements throughout the environment, ensuring some were interactive,
Ugh.
essentially toys for the player to tinker with.
They are
In some
fun
cases,
toys.
we embedded further storytelling into these, like the cactus mini teleporter hinting at the upcoming teleporter failure.
Mess around with this.
It was a delicate balance. Too much visual interest could distract players from the core of the scene. Ultimately, Kleiner's lab played it safe with interactivity, as it was the first major choreo scene. Later, in Eli's lab, we explored it more deeply, ensuring the characters themselves paid attention to what the players were tinkering with.
Still fits.
Interesting. Interesting to, ramp it up over time. What the hell?
Time to suit up, Gordon.
There's a secret panel there. That's cool.
Tone. Setting the right tone for our characters and their dialogue was critical. We aimed for a respectful, almost pleasant style of interaction with the player, while avoiding anything that felt too subservient. This balance was especially tricky with Alex, who needed to support the player without compromising the strength of her character, something we felt was crucial for players to respect her. Her relationship with Eli was a core driver of the player's motivations, so it was important that players liked her and wanted to help her. We also wanted to contrast the warmth and camaraderie between the player's allies against the hostilities of Breen and the Combine, inspiring a sense of righteous indignation in the players for the battles ahead.
Yeah.
Archetypes.
Like in
We wanted
Metaphor.
to create narrative links between Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2 through our characters. Our idea was to design individuals who felt like representations of Half-Life 1's archetypes,
They managed
so that players might find them familiar, almost as though they'd met them in Half-Life 1 at some point that they couldn't quite remember. We based Dr. Kleiner on the scientist model we felt was the most iconic, and his personality was largely shaped by Hal Robbins, whose voice and performances had defined the Half-Life 1 scientists. One day, when we were in the thick of trying to figure out this character, Dr. Kleiner's face came into focus as we happened to share an elevator with an accountant from an office on another floor of our building, and looking at him, it was clear that this is Dr. Kleiner's face. Luckily, he was receptive when we asked if we could photograph him for a video game character.
Yeah, I've never played Half-Life 1, but I have seen, like, by osmosis via just, like, watching that, that series that guy did, was Full Life Consequences the one where it was Half-Life in VR? Or am I thinking of Froman? Half-Life in VR, very funny. And yeah, you definitely get the impression there's like 4 models, and even the characters they made into characters in that are just the models. There wasn't named characters in that game as much, or at all. And it's kind of interesting to be like retroactively like, oh hey, yeah, let's put a name to some of them. It's almost like when Heroes of the Storm was like, hey, here's Sergeant Blaze. He's the siege tank.
Get your suit on, Gordon.
Actually, that's different. That's kind of different because in that case, Sergeant Blaze, Lieutenant Blaze was just a fire bat, but there was also Sergeant Hammer, who was a girl in a siege tank, whereas the siege tank in the game was a different type of person. Stereotype.
Constructing believable human motion for
Type
our
of person.
characters out of many discrete layers of animation required a lot of technological iteration. Even simple actions like turning to look at something or walking to a location became more complex when combined with the need to dynamically respond to the player and the requirements of choreo commands. For example, turning to look at something had to be fully composed, allowing a character to use any combination of its eyes, head, shoulders, upper torso, or full body to face a target. In Half-Life 1, human characters had their bodies separated into upper and lower halves, allowing them to walk in one direction while facing another. However, this approach was too abstract for Half-Life 2's characters. Instead, our animators created walking animations in all 8 directions of the compass, which could then be smoothly blended together at runtime.
Yeah, that'd be weird if like the bottom half of a person and the top half of a person were like disconnected. To me, I think of Minecraft as like they'd be moving around like what they were in Minecraft, which would be just
Character reactions.
not right.
Figuring out what characters should react to and how was an ongoing challenge. At the core, we always want the game to respond to player input. However, any response from the game can be seen as a reward by the player. So, what characters react to and what they ignore teaches the player about the kind of input the game expects. As a result, we made sure to respond to things we wanted more of, like players tinkering with devices in the lab, and ignored behaviors we wanted less of, like
They
players
say
repeatedly slapping
dices?
Planner in the face with a box over and over again. Seriously, we watched a playtester do it for 5 minutes straight.
Don't worry, I won't look.
Where's a box?
Delivery.
Do that.
It took a lot of iteration and playtesting to strike the right balance of information and emotional connection in our major choreo scenes. Each scene had a lot of information we needed to convey to the player, but we couldn't just have characters spouting exposition. Players would start thinking of them more as signposts than as people. We needed to take the time to let the characters interact with each other, allowing the player to observe the relationships. At the same time, we had to expand upon the world, giving the player a sense of everything that had happened while they were gone. All this had to be done carefully, without taking too long. We wanted the game to work for players who were less invested in the narrative. Animation became a powerful tool in communicating the emotional connections between characters, often conveying the depth of a moment quickly without overstating it. Humor was another commonly used tool, helping to puncture a setup and disarm the player when things got a bit too heavy.
Well,
Two more.
Gordon, go ahead.
Writing. In the Half-Life 1 era, player goals in FPS games were still largely about fighting and defeating an obviously evil enemy. It was hard to get players to care about characters when they were as low fidelity as they were in Half-Life 1.
I guess
With
that's
the
true.
planned improvements in character fidelity for Half-Life 2, we wanted to take a shot at making characters
Metal Gear
drive
managed
the
it.
course of the narrative. Our goal was for the
Even
player's
earlier.
motivations to align with those of our characters, for the player to care about these people, their hopes and fears, and to want them to succeed. With this in mind, we were able to assemble our approach to character and dialogue. We would create a set of characters who liked and cared about each other, hoping that the player would feel the same. These characters would interact in a way that
Oh,
felt
another one of these.
like a group of old friends who see the player as one of them, just someone who's been away for a while. If the characters demonstrated realistic emotional connections with each other, we believed we could build an emotional connection with the player as well.
It's always good with candy to eat multiple at once. Get multiple flavors going on, you know?
Voice actors. To create more responsive and multidimensional characters in Half-Life 2, we needed to evolve our approach to working with voice actors. While running through a script with a modicum of direction was sufficient for much of the NPC dialogue for Half-Life 1, for Half-Life 2, we decided to give the actors more of an opportunity to be involved in helping to define the characters and bring them to life. We provided much more story context to the actors, showing them the game world, the environments their characters inhabited, and the other characters they interacted with. We sought actors who could take all that information and synthesize it into their performances to elevate their characters beyond what we had imagined. We held multiple sessions with the main actors, allowing them to digest and build upon their characters over time. For scenes where characters are interacting with each other, we'd often cue an actor with performances from other actors in the scene to create a better sense of connection and flow. Though we'd arrive at the studio with a script and a plan for the recording session, we made sure that the actors felt empowered and had the space to bring their own ideas to the character and performances. Having animators attend the voiceover sessions also proved critical, as they were responsible for stitching the characters' dialogue together with physical actions and expressions to form the resulting choreo scene.
It's been 20
Often,
years, so
animators found that their plans for how a scene would play out evolved quite a bit after working with the voice actor.
That's interesting. I guess the thing that comes to mind when I hear about that is like Metal Gear Solid, which that was like turn of the millennium, right? That was like 99, 98. And that too has characters that are very like hamming it up a little bit, they have personality, they have like they are characters and they really like get it's you can get to know the characters through the decisions the voice actors have made in that game. And I would go so far as to say like there's other games that I would particularly say manage that as well somewhat. Though perhaps with a little less pathos, a little less like Star Fox 64 is a game I could think of that's it's like a few years earlier than that even, where like all the characters are really well defined. They all give great performances that have like some amount of like heart and soul behind them. Hell, like most Rare games, once they started having dialogue voiced, were like that. Yeah, I can think of like Conker's Bad Fur Day, also OO, Star Fox Adventures. Yeah, that was before this game as well. I will say that this game, you know, this commentary, it's easy to look at it and go like, well, it was before anything was good, which is true, mostly. But, like, it is worth noting that they were not the first to do dialogue really well, to have voice actors who were invested in the characters and understood the context of the game. Admittedly, in the case of Conker, it was because, oh, well, the voice actors are just the people who worked on the game. So they understood it, like, intimately. I don't know what happened with Star Fox 64, if it was a similar situation. And there must be, like, David Hayter probably has gone on record a lot, right, about how development of Metal Gear went, but I'd be curious. I would imagine that he had a pretty good idea of, like, what the fuck was going on, what the fuck the game was gonna be, the tone and all that. You know, it certainly seems like, based on, like, how well the game turned out. There's the stinger.
Well, Gordon, I see your HEV suit still fits you like a glove. At least the glove parts do. I've made a few modifications, but I'll just acquaint you with the essentials.
Health is where I was. I'm moving now. This might be where the ammo goes. I'll move again if that's necessary.
Doc, we don't have time for this. At least get that suit juiced up, Gordon.
Good idea. There's a charger on the wall. I've modified your suit to draw power from Combine energy outlets, which are plentiful wherever they patrol.
Smart.
Meanwhile, let's get this show on the road.
The teleporter's through there, in the teleporter room. I'll say we're about to get to, like, actual gameplay. Actual proper gameplay with, like, murder and stuff, so look forward to that. Before we step into the teleporter, we're gonna go through all these things.
Near the panel over there and wait for my word.
Isaac, are you there?
Yes, Eli. Bit of a holdup on this end. You'll never guess who found his way into our lab this morning.
That's not who I think it is it?
It is!
And it's our intention to send him packing straight away in the company of your lovely daughter.
Are you ready for us, Dad?
We're all set on this end.
Then let's do it.
Let's see. The massless field flux should self-detonate, and I've clamped the manifold parameters to base and LT orbifold.
I slept good last night. Went to bed early.
That's what you said last time.
Hey, yeah, about that.
Still tired, I guess. I don't know.
3, 2, 1.
Really, the night before I didn't sleep, like, at all. Like, that many hours. So, like,
Doctor, the plug.
Dear me, you're right. Gordon.
There we go. Tutorial on plugs there. I bet that's what this one is talking about. Let's, you know what? Let's, this one's about plugs. This one's about Eli Vance on the monitor here. This one is about, the HEV suit.
Dr. Freeman, come on.
Where's the switch? Oh. There it is.
Very good.
Interactive objects, plugs, and switches.
I can't look.
The monitor is another room that's, like, adjacent to here. On the same map. That's what this one is about. And this one is just about the HEV suit and health and charging and stuff.
Did it work?
See for yourself.
Hey, Doc.
Thank goodness. My relief is almost palpable.
Fantastic work, is it?
Well, I can't take all the credit. Dr. Freeman proved an able assistant.
Let's go ahead and bring Gordon through now.
Right you are. Speak to you again in a few moments.
Good job, Gordon. Throwing that switch and all. I can see your
Yeah.
MIT education really pays for itself.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
Barney. Your turn.
Gee, thanks.
Gordon, as soon as you're in position, we'll send you to Eli's.
And not a moment too soon.
Scene interactivity. At certain points in our choreo scenes, we require the player to take action. Beyond simply giving them something to do and keeping them engaged, these moments served a few key purposes. First, they allowed the player to catch up even if they'd been distracted by something else in the environment. The scene could safely pause until the player completed the task, ensuring they were back and paying attention. At the same time, it let us position the player where we needed them, which was useful for framing the scene and making sure they saw something important. In some cases, we got double value
We're over
out of
here,
these
so we
moments
were
by
to
using
see
them to train the player. Here, they're learning to interact with plugs
all
and
this.
sockets, a skill they'll need for puzzles later in the game.
Alex's kiss. It's a small moment, but Alex's kiss on Eli's cheek was important. Eventually, we're going to ask the player to save Eli, and we want them to care about him. To build that emotional connection, we needed to show
that was
the warmth
what I
and
guessed.
affection between Alex and Eli. We didn't want to oversell it with dialogue or make it too big of an event. It had to feel genuine, not performative. And we were able to iterate on the subtleties of this moment until it struck just the right note.
Two characters interacting is very hard in video games, so must have been a lot of work.
Monitors. We use monitors a lot for storytelling in Half-Life 2 in the episodes, so much so that we even make fun of ourselves for it. The problem is they're just too damn useful. They're fantastic for expanding the world by showing events happening elsewhere, and they provide an easy way to have characters talk without needing to explain how they all got to the player's location.
Gonna have more
Anyone who's
Skittles.
ever written any kind of story, especially one with an ensemble cast, understands the unique frustration of trying to create natural reasons for all of your characters to come together in the same place. In this case, we were really happy with how the monitor allowed Alex to teleport away and then quickly appear in Eli's lab, making everything feel real and connected.
Okay, I don't blame you for hesitating, but if we're gonna do this thing,
I always found that to be pretty neat. Like, just like, teleported and then instantly on the monitor. That was. They're right. That was always neat to me. As a touch of, like, just selling the teleporter.
Yes, indeed. We're ready to project you, Gordon.
Game's about to start.
And best of luck in your future endeavors. Final sequence. The hell? What is it? It's your head, the freaking headhopper. Really? Look out!
They're gonna have a thing or two to say about this scene.
What's going on? I'm not sure. It seems to be some kind of interference.
They're like getting teleported all wrong.
What's the meaning of this? Who are you? How did you get in here?
I'm getting him out of there. And just wade into the field, it will peel you apart. Just lost Gordon. What's going on? I wish I knew. I'm encountering unexpected interference.
I can move back and forth a little bit.
We're losing it again.
I'm all but certain it was Gordon Freeman. He didn't come through.
Then where is he?
Behind you. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Gordon, you must get out of here. Run! Get down out of sight. I'll come find
Wait, one more teleport. Let me go somewhere else other than here. It's fine. You know, gotta do the gameplay now. Hey! The game basically is starting now. We're about to get a weapon, and, we're out of Cutscene City. Though, I will continue stopping to listen to every commentary we run across, so, you know, that's not changing. In fact, here's the first one right here. But
Volume extraction. Another critical tool we built into FacePoser was the phoneme editor. It processed the voice actors' dialogue lines and
where do we get our weapon?
to generate basic lip sync animations for our characters. For the hero characters, our animators use this as a starting point to create high-quality custom animations for each dialogue line, incorporating full facial animation.
Those are custom?
However, in a dynamic choreo scene, the animators wouldn't know exactly what the rest of the actor's body would be doing. This meant it required careful layering of choreo commands and timings in FacePoser, while still maintaining the actor's ability to dynamically respond to the player.
Huh.
At the time of Half-Life 2's release, most first-person shooters gave the player a gun or a melee weapon right off the bat, but we opted to start them empty-handed. Without a weapon, it was easier to train the player on the more novel ways they're able to interact with the world and introduce them to our story. We wanted the player to transition from fugitive to the aggressor, and arming them at the right time created that moment naturally. By the time they finally get a weapon, they're done running away. They say sometimes the best way to win is to walk away, but we all know that's not true. The best way to win is to run towards something while shooting at it.
I don't know what Barry just said, but he's probably said like, hey, let me get you a weapon, here you go. Let's go. Because, yeah, the game has started.
Dynamic mixing. During gameplay, many sounds are playing at the same time, but some are naturally more important than others, and we need to set the volumes of the sounds relative to each other to ensure that the important ones stand out. In a movie, this sound mixing is done as a post-process, but in a game, it happens
live.
real time, responding to the player's actions, so we can't predict ahead of time which sounds will play simultaneously. To handle this, all the sounds are grouped into types and tagged with priorities. And during gameplay, the audio system monitors all the active sounds and lowers the volume of sounds in a group if a higher priority sound is playing. And this mixing is adjustable. If the gunshots need to be loud in one scene, we can make them higher priority there. If a specific line of dialogue needs to be heard clearly, it can then force all the other sounds to drop in volume. And we do the same thing with music. It's a subtle but very critical system, and it just prevents the soundscape from becoming too cluttered.
Yeah, there's definitely some games where, like, random music and stuff is just louder than the people talking, and it's like, how is this an issue? This cutscene is made in advance. You know, you should know how loud the characters are and how loud the music is. Also, we probably should be thinking, are we just stopping every time we listen to a commentary? We are invulnerable whenever it happens, so, like, it would make sense to, like, you know, for the sake of the challenge, hold on for a minute, but, I kind of like the idea of just, like, trucking, and, what invulnerability we get, that's fine. I've beaten this game plenty of times before, legitimately. I don't need to prove myself here.
Bullet audio. If there's one thing we're sure of, it's
Let's
that
just truck.
a lot of bullets will fly past a player throughout the game. So we spent a bunch of time trying to perfect the audio treatment for it. Unfortunately, bullets in the game are essentially instantaneous, so we can't just attach a sound to them and rely on the movement for positioning. So after some experimentation, we landed on this solution. By figuring out the closest point on the bullet's trajectory to the player's ear, we calculate the exact time and position the bullet would conceptually pass them. We then play two different sounds at that point to fake a Doppler effect, one for the bullet's approach and one for its departure. And we delay the departure sound based on the calculated time the bullet passed by.
Do they now? I don't really know. I don't think I've ever really picked up on that, but sure.
Audio caching. Another problem we ran into was the sheer amount of audio in the game. With all the gameplay sounds, music, and dialogue, we had too much audio to be able to store it all in memory. Memory was at a premium in 2003. But as you can imagine, we need to be able to play sounds immediately, especially if they're gameplay related. So we built an audio cache, which stored only the first 125 milliseconds of every audio file and kept that in memory. That 125 millisecond time was our best guess for how long it would take us to be able to stream an audio file in from disk.
That's pretty smart.
Then, whenever a sound was played in game, we'd play the start of it from our audio cache while simultaneously kicking off a load of the full audio file from disk. By the time our cache start ended, we'd have the file loaded and could continue playing the rest of the sound. There were some other minor features, like keeping recent sounds fully in memory so that high traffic ones didn't need to be loaded constantly. In today's engines, all kinds of assets, beyond just sounds, typically use the same kind of strategy.
Loading in dynamically. That's why you get stuff like pop-in, where a model will look shit for a second until the rest of its detail loads in.
Physics sound. Getting physics to feel right for the player meant that the sounds produced by physics had to sound right too. As humans, we're all used to how objects and materials sound during various interactions, even if it's not something we actively notice. While we knew we couldn't account for everything, we wanted to focus on the details that contributed most to making our physics sound realistic. We started with per-object sounds for collisions and impacts. This allowed an object like a wooden crate to have custom sounds when it collided with other objects or classes of objects. Next, we began dynamically modifying these sounds based on the characteristics of the physical event, such as the masses involved and the force of the collision. This worked great for collisions, but didn't hold up in other interactions like objects scraping against each other. In reality, a wooden crate makes a different sound when it scrapes against a wall versus when it's thrown against that same wall. Let me tell you, nobody has done more research on the nuances of a wooden crate's physical properties than us. To get what we wanted out of these interactions, we implemented per-material collision sounds, metal against wood, metal against metal, and so on. These sounds were also dynamically modified based on details like material hardness or type of metal. Getting this system to sound right required countless small tweaks, which we could only identify once it was running. We also experimented with custom sounds for rolling objects, but ultimately cut the feature because we weren't happy with the results.
Automating DSP. All the sounds the player hears.
I feel like my eating
processed
noises
through our
might be
digital
louder
signal
than I
processing
think.
System or DSP.
Sorry if so.
And this just refers to how audio is altered to reflect the environment the player is in. For example, the same sound will differ when heard in a parking garage, a small room, outdoors. In Half-Life 1, we manually placed invisible nodes throughout the world to define these DSP settings for each space. For Half-Life 2, we knew that manual placement was just going to be way too time-consuming, especially since we wanted a larger game, and we still only had one audio person on the team. So we built a system that automatically determines the DSP settings around the player in real time. It does this by analyzing the space around the player, assessing the volume they're within. It examines the materials that make up the environment, basically. And then the system matches that space to one of the 25 hand-authored basic DSP types. We adjust some parameters, and we create the fully detailed DSP that modifies the sounds the player hears.
All right, let's go. Root canal. Ah, that's a joke.
Metro Cop scene. This is another scene designed to make it clear that the Metro Cops are the bad guys, except this time the player has a weapon and can finally do something about it. That something comes out of the barrel of a gun. We knew we needed the player to feel righteous, and this moment was part of creating that. The Metro Cops are still human, unlike the rest of the Combine in the game, so we felt like we had to go the extra mile in making sure the player's actions felt like justice and not just wrath.
I always thought that they had some amount of like robot stuff underneath. Are they still like entirely human? I mean, I know our guy is, but I don't know. I figured he might be an exception. Let me try this one. Well, so far this looks like a pretty good place, except I am over the hand. Here's relatively safe. This one works. Do I have like I could go upper. Right, because control is duck. My hotkeys are making my my character duck. That's funny. Let's go with upper. Let's go with excuse me. Let me just I'm realizing that I can't use my mouse while I'm in the middle of the game unless I pause. Ah, there we go. Now I can use my mouse to move my my activity feed down so I can see myself on the preview monitor. Perfect. Okay. I don't usually like to be in this corner anymore since like you know, the bottom of my camera is like, well, since the top is like just green, is just like the game, right? It kind of makes sense for me to be like below the top of the screen. But It's fine. It's good. I should have like a position that's near the bottom, but a little bit higher to account for like UX stuff. That'd probably be better than right here. Are we good on volume? Keeping an eye on the gameplay sound right now. As I shoot this guy, how loud does it get? Hang on, let me just I think my gameplay, my voice is louder than the gunshots even.
Staircase.
It's probably still good.
There are situations throughout the game that stem from simple and quite straightforward design goals, and this staircase features 2 of them. The first was to frame the Citadel as it awakened, showing the player they stirred up the hive. The second was to showcase our ragdoll system. While it's standard now, in 2004 it was still a novelty to see bodies tumble realistically, and stairs provided a perfect stage to make that happen.
Even such small details were considered based on this commentary. That's interesting. What do they mean awakened? Did it do a thing? I didn't notice.
City 17 awakens. The early train station section was designed to make the city feel indifferent toward the player, as if Gordon is just another nameless, faceless citizen, ripe for subjugation. But during the tenement raid and rooftop chase, the city identifies the player as an anomaly.
Explosions were
now, with the player as the aggressor, the city fully turns its attention on them. The Overwatch PA system, first heard during the raid, played a key role in delivering this message. If players listen closely, there's a lot of information about the city's awareness. Even when players didn't pay attention, though, the audio treatment still conveyed the emotional message we were aiming for.
What's it saying? You can't really make it out, but I guess they're talking about us. That's cool. The explosions are not great. It was 2004. What are you gonna do?
Explosive barrels. Here we introduce explosive barrels, a staple
I
for
noticed.
first-person shooters, but with a new twist. The second pistol shot sets the barrel on fire, starting a timed detonation. A third shot will detonate the barrel immediately. This way, players could either delay the explosion or trigger it right away, depending on the situation. Players may want to feed an explosive barrel to a barnacle and then shoot it twice as a handy way to safely dispatch a cluster of them. The delayed explosion also made for more interesting chain reactions between multiple barrels. Exploding barrels were a fan favorite in the series, but also were internally favored by level designers who often felt like the game could never have enough of them.
That's true, yeah. Game cannot have enough of them. Alright. I feel like that might be, there's a lot of commentary, huh?
Scanners.
More of it.
Scanners presented a tricky game design challenge. While we liked how their dystopian presence helped convey the Combine occupation as an oppressive surveillance state, we didn't actually want them to shoot at the player. We found that aiming into the sky to hit a small mobile enemy with a constant height advantage was something we couldn't make fun. Since we loved their role in the story, we decided that in combat, scanners would serve primarily as eyes, alerting nearby enemies to the player's presence, a feature we reinforced with sound effects from the soldiers. Beyond that, they'd only be able to harass the player with bright lights and occasionally dive bomb after taking enough damage.
I wonder. Those guys are like drones, and now drones are like a real thing in warfare, right? I wonder, like, has anyone cracked that code and making them fun to fight? Fun to use, maybe. Like, it's fun to probably just go like, hey, you know, like, I think in Nier Automata, right? You got a drone on your side, you shooting stuff, whatever, that's fun. There's other games where drones have moves that they can do, right? Maybe. Call of Duties, you can summon a drone to do a thing. Perfect Dark, I guess. There's a lot of games with drones in them. But, like, has fighting a drone ever been fun? Yet. I don't know.
Lambda caches. Technically, the first Lambda cache is at Kleiner's lab,
but this is the first one the player finds on their own. We added lambda caches to encourage exploration and to hint players where hidden resources could be found, with a fiction being that they were being placed by the Resistance as part of their underground rebellion. In Half-Life, the contents of supply crates were predetermined by the level design. In Shell 2, we introduced adaptive item crates that give the player whatever they are low on at the time, based on resource targets set by the level designer.
Overwatch. During development, we generated the Overwatch voice using a free text-to-speech tool, but as we neared shipping, we realized we didn't actually have the rights to use it, so we held auditions with voice actors to find someone who could match the qualities we liked in the generated lines. Didn't take long before we found Ellen McLean, whose delivery was exactly what we were looking for. In her sessions, we played the generated lines for her to mimic, though in her own style. She was a bit sarcastic at first, given that she was being asked to replicate such a robotic delivery, but years later when she returned for her iconic role as Gladys in Portal, she'd found a way to creatively integrate that tone into her performance.
I was thinking for a second, isn't that Gladys?
Pistol design. The standard pistol is the
I had a gut feeling, I don't know.
Functioning
I
not
don't think
only
I
as
actually
the
knew
first
that.
ranged weapon you learn to use, but also as a method to interact with physics and destructible objects at a safe distance for the entirety of the game. To help make it feel more responsive and fun to use, the pistol employs a refire mechanic that's unique to it in the game. The gun will fire as fast as the player can click their input button, meaning that they feel an instant response to their input, and the faster they can click, the faster they can shoot.
This is... Oh, right, I have a flashlight. Yep. Okay. Down here. Do I hear a train? Oh, yeah, train. Be off the tracks then. Another commentary note here.
When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow at larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass. While breaking glass is now commonplace in games, it was something we hadn't seen much back when we were making Half-Life 2, and we're incredibly happy with the level of fidelity and dynamicism it brought to the game.
Yeah, very cool glass. I feel like I didn't hear... What was that again?
Shatter glass. When designing early levels where there are fewer mechanics in the player's toolkit, we found that it's just as engaging to spotlight new technical features instead, as we did here with breakable glass. For the shattering effect, glass was divided into a grid of small squares, allowing us to track which were intact or broken, and to blow at larger sections once enough squares were no longer connected. Each square was rendered with a unique texture based on the status of its neighboring squares, creating the sharp, jagged edges between broken and intact glass.
Okay. I think I got it. The glass thing was like, you know, not much is going on right now, so they figure like, okay, get some glass here. Check this shit out.
The Combine Attack Helicopter as central antagonist was something we wanted to develop throughout the entire chapter. The relentless chopper became a character in its own right. Here, if you listen and look overhead, you can hear its engine and see it flying along the train tracks and into the distance. This first glimpse is a small piece of foreshadowing, with its presence becoming more pronounced over time, until eventually you're squaring off against it.
Iterative passes. Some chapters of the game, such as the on-foot sections of the Canals and Ravenholm, were developed in multiple passes by different cabals. We found that handing off maps in this way led to greater variety in the experience, and a higher density of interesting moments, as each cabal added their unique touches to the maps. In the on-foot portion of the Canals, the first pass established the art direction and the player path, along with the broad strokes of the experience and some major beats. But the team-wide alpha playtest identified insufficient tension and a somewhat monotonous experience here. In our second pass, we returned to the map solely focused on creating that tension and greatly increased the density of moment-to-moment scenarios.
So there's always something going on, like every step of the way. There's always some guys running at you, a door you can't get through that forces you to make a decision to jump into the lake. When, you know, the lake is full of boxes, which we've already established. That's the way forward. Boxes are good.
Water shader. The most complex shader we made for the game was the water
Does look
shader,
good.
which made full use of the newly available programmable graphics cards. When water was present, the scene was rendered 3 times. First, the underwater world for refraction, second, a reflected view, and third, the parts above the water.
Yeah, it
when
looks
rendering
great.
the water surface, we blended the refractive and reflective views, showing more reflection at glancing angles using the Fresnel equation. We also tracked the ground depth below the water's surface, making it more transparent and less refractive in shallow areas. Additionally, we had to create 2 alternate water rendering techniques for lower-end graphics cards. Mid-range cards displayed a lower detail reflection without refraction or transparency, while low-end cards only rendered a partially transparent surface.
Yeah, it looks great. Jeez. You know, if you told me this was ray traced, I'd probably go like, yeah, sure, it looks ray traced. Looks like rays were traced, but it's probably more just like, yeah, no, there's a... It renders the thing but upside down, and then it puts that over the water. And then, you know, there's some different effects for, like, whether it's... which side of the water you're looking at, you know, if it's light or dark. And that's how, like, waves are processed. Or, like, you know, shadows... How would you explain that?
Interstitial scenes. As playtesting progressed, we often found areas where players lost track of their goal, which isn't uncommon in a game like Half-Life. To address this, we added smaller interstitial scenes to help guide players along their path and reinforce their objective. After finishing the bulk of development on our larger choreo scenes, like Kleiner's Lab, putting these smaller scenes together became relatively straightforward. We discovered that using characters in these moments worked much better than relying on passive storytelling, or even some sort of reminder you'd find baked into a pause menu.
Jolt to get you going.
This guy can recharge us is basically what they were saying. And that they're like, you know...
Be careful.
They don't like the man either.
Get noticed. Civil protection catches you down here, it's bad news for the whole railroad.
We serve the same necessity.
Boxcar Bill. This small scene originally featured 2 human characters, but later in development, we replaced one with a Vortigaunt. We wanted to show that Vortigaunts were coexisting with humans and resisting the Combine as well. We also introduced their ability to heal the player, although we didn't fully capitalize on that feature throughout the game. Vortigaunts became a useful narrative tool for keeping dialogue brief, as their hive mind justified their full knowledge of the world and the player's goals. This meant they never had to ask questions, neatly sidestepping the challenge of writing dialogue for a silent protagonist.
So they're like always informed of like what's going on. And that also explains why, like, you know... I didn't know they had a hive mind. Is that ever... Was that established? Maybe in that cutscene we didn't hear. But, like, I don't remember that being a thing, honestly.
Particles. For the Source engine, we invested in expanding particle and special effects technology. This allowed for more realistic and complex particle movement, as well as more intricate shapes and shape effects. In particular, adding bump mapping to our particles features.
Hey, I thought I was invulnerable.
In the volumetric look of them. While later iterations of the
Taking
Source
damage
engine
here.
include a powerful particle system editor, the original version used in Half-Life 2 relied on handcrafted effects, each requiring a programmer to meticulously build the effect manually, which was a pretty labor-intensive process.
Yeah, just not invulnerable from fire, I guess. Maybe it's just like bullets and gunshots, not like damage, passive sources of damage, like, you know, the kinds what would kill you if you jumped off a cliff, for instance. Where are we going? I feel like we're about to meet barnacles. And I'm pretty sure we're about to...
Barnacle introduction. Because barnacles can be confusing when first encountered, we wanted to introduce them in a way that showed players their behavior at a safe distance. We decided to do that through a nature show style predator-prey scene. But, as always, scenes like this took a lot of iteration to get players to reliably see.
Yeah. A bird flew into it and got eaten. You saw it. I just was looking around because the first one was 6.
Barnacle introduction.
Then 4. Want to make sure I'm not fucking missing anything, you know? If I climb up on this thing, am I going to find another commentary? This room is going in a very weird order.
Surface properties.
There's 1.
We play custom footstep sounds when the player walks on the slippery mud. This was a system called Surface Properties that used the material type to determine the sounds and other effects that should occur when walked on or shot at. Earlier in development, we had an effect that slowed players' movement when walking on mud surfaces. However, this was removed in the shipping version as it was decided it was too punishing.
That's bad luck. Dead end.
Mounted gun gallery. There are a few things going on in this scene. The turret firing at the breakable crates behind teaches players not to take the threat head-on, and instead utilize the sewer route to defeat it.
What?
And when they reach the turret, players enjoy using it in a shooting gallery with a wave of Combine soldiers and dive-bombing scanners. We also begin to introduce the missile-firing Combine APC that pushes the players along, and will show up again later in the chapter.
Those boxes. Oh, hey, buddy! Fuck you! Stop shooting me. Right, I have a flashlight. I should use it. Also, I should make sure I'm, checking that. Oop, okay. Okay, so... Oh, wasn't quite a dead end. He could have run this way, but then he'd have to deal with the turrets. It's... You know what? I understand. That's fair. There wasn't a good option there.
This is Station 8. We heard 12 go down and out. Surgical strike units are targeting railway stations. Repeat. Scheduled resistance coming down on underground stations. We're already getting refugees from 9 and outlying. Looks like we're...
If Vortigons, like, know everything, why don't they just communicate through them? Yeah, this is cool. A little bit janky, honestly. Insofar as you're not, like, actually aiming it, you're sort of, like, dragging it around. You know, like, it's tied down to a thing that's not you. Up! It's fine. Oh, it's not fine. Who's exploding me? Those rockets are coming from I don't know where. I should probably get out of here. Yep. There we go. Yeah, let's get out of here. The lights. I'll say one of the decisions they probably should do an audio thing about, because, you know, it's a sort of change that eventually did come up in later games, is that the flashlight in like Half-Life Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 1, they eventually separated the flashlight from the sprint button. And that was correct to do. I mean, really, I don't think in a game that's not like... Hey, buddy. Oh, hey. Thank you.
Friend. That station was raided, but there's others up ahead.
Very cool.
I'm gonna stay here in case any others come through.
Look.
Gotta keep the railway alive.
But they eventually realized it was a mistake, and I don't think, outside of like an Alan Wake survival horror thing, where batteries are literally limited, that you really need to have it so that your battery runs out on you like that. Oh. Okay. Waiting for that to open the thing, I suppose. It's funny.
Running around a corner into a new area just to see enemies standing there is always awkward, and it makes the world feel less alive and more like a shooting gallery. So we were motivated to introduce enemies into combat spaces in more interesting and dynamic ways that would communicate planning and intentionality on their part, as if these soldiers had had a plan for Gordon even before he showed up. The Metrocops in this scene jump down into this space via scripted sequences, and later in the game we use rappelling in a similar way. It doesn't matter where they're coming from in reality because players end up telling that story to themselves. We found that in the end, combat should have a story implied in its setup, an ambush, a surprise, a surge, an assault. All of these scenarios use much of the same enemy AI, but all felt different to playtesters.
Yeah, that is very cool. Them like taking those actions as the commentary said. Yeah. It rules. True. I was gonna say I don't mind like having the opportunity to talk while there's no like commentary going on, but also since I know how many that's in the level and like and I want to make sure I get them all, right?
This is a satisfying example of how a bunch of design elements can come together in a matrix of interactions to create a memorable scenario for the player. We got barnacles, our physics simulations, slippery mud surface properties, and last but not least, explosive barrels. You've encountered all these on their own, but they're able to snap together naturally to create a moment we called barnacle bowling.
Ow! Oh. I was supposed to use those on them, not on, the barnacles that I already ran past. Whoops. Bit of a waste. But, oh, fine. These are cool. Cool idea for, like, alien wildlife that has just naturally got into this world and started, like, being invasive in the ways that an invasive species would be. They're just doing their thing. They're not intelligent. They're just... Yee! Woo! Fuck! Okay. Aha. Buddy. Look. Seeing like bubble trails. Fuck. Seeing like bubble trails behind bullets is something that you don't even see like that you don't even see like super commonly like today, let alone at the time, you know. It must have been like you know, more immersive than you could really than you expected in a game like this. I say a game like this. In like first-person shooters of this nature. Like, I mean, I guess this was like 6 years after after 6 years after the likes of GoldenEye, which I guess would be my go-to in like the N64 era. I guess others would probably name like Doom or whatever, but you know, at the time enemies just like react. The cutting edge was like enemies reacting to being shot in the junk, right? Like in GoldenEye, let's say. Was there anything like really truly revolutionary between GoldenEye and Half-Life 2? Halo, I guess, would be the most revolutionary insofar as like, you know, first-person controls on console. First-person shooter controls on console. And also you could say that there's stuff to be said about like the combat puzzle aspect of Halo. You know, that's like one of the watchwords, I guess. If this was about, if you listen to commentary about Halo, I think that's a thing that they've said before a bunch. Like, oh, every combat encounter is like a puzzle to be worked out, especially on the higher difficulties. I don't know.
Physics in puzzles. Often, simpler mechanics encountered earlier in the game are pulled from more complex ones as a form of training. The teeter-totter puzzle, the first physics-based contraption in the game, was actually derived from a later, more intricate washing machine puzzle in the Canals.
Washing machine?
The teeter-totter uses the same principles of mass and ramps, but in a more straightforward way that players can directly interact with, helping them understand the game's physics and making later puzzles easier to tackle. This puzzle also highlights the analog nature of the physics system, with the placement of cement blocks and the player's own weight both factoring into the solution.
It's a tutorial, basically. Weird in the last one how the commentary nodes were out of order.
Combine attack helicopter. Players have had glimpses before, but here's where we fully introduce the main boss of the Canals chapter, the Combine attack helicopter. This chopper relentlessly destroys a player's cover, forcing them to move forward or risk being gunned down. We wanted this sequence to feel tense and menacing, with the helicopter seeming far too powerful to confront directly, and maintaining that intensity through the canals until the final showdown in the reservoir. To achieve this, we heavily constrained the helicopter's movement based on specific gameplay goals. In this map, designed as a dash from cover to cover under helicopter fire, we created a ring path in the sky above the arena. The helicopter always travels to the farthest point on that ring from the player, keeping it visible and making it easier for us to place cover in just the right spots.
So it's always going to be in the same place based on where you are in the arena. That's pretty smart, yeah.
Normal maps. Half-Life 2 was developed during an exciting time for graphics, as the first programmable shader-supported graphics cards were hitting the market. Using this technology, we became one of the first games to implement normal maps, a technique that enhanced the lighting on surface geometry. The normal map described the surface's roughness, allowing each pixel of a polygon to be lit in a way that made surfaces appear bumpier and more detailed than ever possible in Half-Life 1.
Dang, that is
normal maps. Normal maps. Normal maps.
That's really neat. To see the before after, or to see that layer in isolation. I bet that's neat in any game to see like the various layers peeled back. I remember seeing for Zelda, the new Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. I remember, or maybe it was Breath of the Wild. I remember seeing like the layers that go into that game peeled back, and it was similarly very interesting. We are going through this game at a relatively slow clip on account of these commentary nodes, I'll say. I honestly
Autosave dangerous. In Half-Life 1, we had a set of autosaves throughout the game.
I'll say I wasn't sure like how long this would take, but it's looking like more than 2 streams at this rate. I'm not sure. Like I don't know. Like what's the how long to beat on Half-Life? I figured it's probably like 10 hours. Like let me actually go the Half-Life 2 how long to beat. How long to beat? The AI result is about episode 1. Trash. While focusing on the main objectives, it's about 13 hours in length. If you are a gamer that strives to see all aspects of a game, you're likely to spend 19 and a half hours. This game doesn't have collectibles, so that doesn't really make too much sense. I guess that means if you're like after like the achievements.
Hand placed by level designers and triggered.
But yeah, it's going to be a bit, isn't it?
Specific moment or position in the game. This ensured that the game was automatically saved for you as you traversed through Black Mesa's corridors. In Half-Life 2, we found ourselves needing a new tool. The problem arose in some of the more complex arenas we'd built. Some of those encounters would last for quite a while and features multiple sets of enemies. Others were long, sprawling mixes of exploration and combat without any clear separation between the two. We never want an autosave where the player is in danger of dying right after loading the game, because that could place the player in a death loop.
Makes sense.
If you played enough games back then, you definitely found yourself in this situation at least once. So unless we deliberately crafted pauses in every arena's flow, there wasn't always a safe place to put an autosave. After some experimentation, we implemented a feature called Autosave Dangerous. This was a level designer tool that combined an autosave with an associated time frame. When triggered by the level designer, it immediately saved the game, but kept the save off to the side, not available as a save game to load from. If the player then stayed alive for the specified time frame, then the save would be committed and used as the most recent autosave. This allowed level designers to put an autosave at a reasonable place or time in an arena, specify a time, like 30 seconds, and if the player was still alive for 30 seconds, the autosave would be used.
That's very interesting. I feel like I never noticed that. I mean, if it's 30 seconds, it must be like when it shows up on screen, it's been a while, right? But, like, you know, I never noticed it being like, oh, hey, you saved, and then popping back to 30 seconds before that notification. I guess maybe I wasn't that perceptive.
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system.
Fuck!
Soundscapes. In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed by hand and then individually tuned. For Half-Life 2, we soundscapes.
I needed to restart that.
In Half-Life 1, ambient sounds were placed
like halfway
by
through,
hand
but
and then individually
not.
tuned. For Half-Life 2, we wanted more ambient sounds in our environment with higher quality and less manual effort for placement. So we built a system that we call the soundscape system. A soundscape is basically a small program that controls which ambient sounds play, where they come from, and then how they behave in a specific environment. So flies buzzing, wind blowing, birds, a distant train, distant combat. The soundscape system could then randomly select and play these sounds, and also, really importantly, handle the smooth transition as the player moves through environments. Soundscapes can also contain other soundscapes, and that allows us to create reusable collections of sounds. So, for instance, distant combat might be small arms fire, distant explosions, a passing helicopter. And these soundscapes would dynamically assemble and play from many individual sounds, and that helps us avoid the artificial feel of a single looping track. Overall, the soundscape system was a real workhorse for audio in Half-Life 2, and it's pretty much responsible for every sound you hear that isn't directly driven by gameplay.
Oh. So like the sirens and the helicopter and whole nine. It's kind of annoying how these commentary nodes, they're like numbered out of order, so like that was number 3 of 5, and that's clearly the end of the area, so What the fuck? Did I get all 5 of them there? I don't remember. I mean, I guess that would be true even if I had. But at the very least, if they were in, like, a discernible order, you could say, like, okay. Last one was 1, I got 2, here's 3, you know, you could say, like, oh, I must have missed 1 if I'm going from 2 to 4. It's a minor point. I wonder if it was better in the original games. Episode 1 and Episode 2, when they did it for those games.
Be glad you're not the guy they're looking for. Poor bastard doesn't stand a chance.
I am the bastard.
CP unit in City 17. Now they're flooding the areas up ahead with manhacks. You better get going before they sweep through here.
Manhack Matt. We called this guy Manhack Matt. We wanted to give players the sense that hundreds of citizens inhabited the hidden nooks and crannies of City 17. At this point in the game, it had been a while since players had seen a citizen, and we wanted to explain the significance of the manhacks, which was the first physics-based enemy that we created. In the original concept, there was a video arcade in the city where players could fly manhacks around to attack virtual citizens.
What?
Eventually, players would discover that the manhacks were real, and so were the citizens. As the Combine occupation became more fleshed out, this idea of a video arcade became an odd fit and eventually fell by the wayside.
Yes, that's too comically dark for this game. That is some Black Mirror shit. Like, literally, isn't that just like right out of like Ender's Game, I guess. There they go. It is cool how when you hit them, they just, like, go right into walls and shit. I guess this won't break. Okay, seriously. Go through this thing? Oh, it's a door! You just hit the use button, okay. I thought I could just break it down, but, I don't want to be in this hallway when I there's the explosions. I am really low health now. You know, something they could have said in the commentary is like they have the NPC using a crowbar to show, like, wasn't that NPC using a crowbar? To show, like, how you're supposed to fight these dudes. Like, yeah, it just makes sense to whack them away with your melee attack. Rather than, Eee! Doing something else with it. Excuse me. Where'd the guy go? See, that was just a red light. Okay. Oh crap. Oh, I got a big gun. Don't get too close! Okay. This is not a fantastic save, but I can play it a little bit smarter. Okay. Let me get a little bit of health. Right, also there's like, explosives. Oh, jeez. Fun way to introduce those guys. Also, I got a grenade. It is really cool how these guys just like rappel down into like the into the stage to fight you. Like the way they make their dramatic entrance is really cool and very fun, and makes it feel like dynamic, like they're coming after you versus like you just running into them. There are a lot of reasons why this game is a bona fide classic, you know, and at the time even, you know, it was considered as such. It was like, was it like a Game of the Year style tier? It was like a Game of the Year tier game. People loved it that much. I'll say I didn't play it until the orange box, like, a couple years later, so, you know, it wasn't like that for me because I was late to it, but you know, I'll say I really did goddamn enjoy it when I got to it. Not to say that it was like Game of the Year or nothing. Well, the orange box might have, as like a whole, might have been up there. I don't know. Team Fortress 2. Portal, like, yeah, no, those 3 games. What was my Game of the Year? 06. Of course, it should be noted that Episode 2 was new. But also, Episode 2 is probably my least favorite of the pack, so, like, yeah, no way in hell would it have been Game of the Year. Portal, though. Portal. I think we saw that other side earlier. Like, it is also interesting. Okay, here's the thing that's interesting. Okay. We ran through this space earlier, right? On the way through the space. And now once we get here, it is repopulated with new dudes who are specifically put there to fight me. That is cool and good. Just some goddamn smart design. I feel like we're about to hit a load screen, which makes me nervous because we haven't seen that many nodes. I'd be very sad. You know, I've played through these I've done the other commentaries, the existing ones, and the canon. What's hitting me? Oh, the gas? I think the gas might be bad for us. Don't stand on the gas. Like, I've played through all of those, like, countless times in my life. You know, I've listened to all the commentary and found it to be very, very interesting. You know, insightful and inspiring as well. You know, let it be known that, like, yeah, no, before I got into Mario Maker, before I had the chance to make levels of Mario, I was definitely like, I spent a lot of time thinking about, like, man, what if I could make my own game, you know? What would that be like? As many people have, and, like, listening to the to all the thought that went into some of my favorite games was just like such a unique pleasure, and one that like we still don't get like all the time, right? It's still not like super duper duper commonplace. Ugh. Where the fuck are we going here? I'll say I slept really well yesterday, but I also like conked out really early. You know, last night. It was like I had gotten to like 10 o'clock, which is literally 24 hours ago. Got to like 9 or 10 and was just like barely able to watch shows, barely able to watch subtitled anime and keep my eyes open long enough to read all the text, you know, and was missing things as a result, which is not good. If you miss things, you'll fall behind, and that's not like the worst thing. You know, you won't be able to understand what's going on. I find when I'm that tired, my brain just... Oh, wait, there's water? Hang on, what the fuck? Oh. My brain starts filling in the gaps. And, you know, I'll close my eyes and they'll keep on talking. And then I'll realize, like, wait, this is in Japanese. I don't understand a word. What am I doing? My brain's just making it up now. That's screwy. Yeah, this is a weird place to hide the way forward. Is my flashlight meter also my oxygen meter? That's weird for dark swims such as this where you need to, you want to see where you're going. Excuse me. I really took some serious damage rushing through there. Whoop. Stop hurting me! Okay, why can't I go forward? Oh well, there's like 100 little guys here. Big gun. Okay, you can load it again. Oh, there's a guy there, yeah. Okay. Need to figure out, like... Oh, he's like on top of the thing. Maybe, okay. I got this one grenade. Where am I? Alright, that took care of the fuzzy beetles. The axe guys. Okay, good. And also, now we have enough health to stumble through. Where'd the guy go? There you are. I'll say I remember this game getting a little hard. It does not disappoint. It wasn't just like,
Explosive Barrel Factory. This room, filled with an absurd number of exploding barrels, inspired some good-natured debate within the team around how far to push the plausibility of our world. Frankly, one exploding barrel is probably too many in regards to realism. In the real world, barrels really shouldn't explode, even if you were to shoot them.
Yeah, but it's cool that they do. I do think, also, as a rule, if ever I want to, like, I shouldn't use the commentary system to avoid damage. The first time, get that for free. Any subsequent times, like, nah. You just have to get good. This one's not a gate. This one's just a solid wall. I feel like the lighting is, like, a little too realistic here. Insofar as I can't see shit. Like, there's a way to light this in, like, a more modern game where you would basically be able to see everything you need to. Like, they put some light, they just put some lights in here. I couldn't even see why I had to duck. Ugh. I feel like the HEV suit could just be, like, fall damage proof, if that's a concern in, you know, games these days, those days. I don't know why there needs to be fall damage at all, other than it's a realistic thing. I guess also it does make it so that, you know, people don't see jumping off a cliff as a valid solution to how to get out of a puzzle, right? Or how to get through a space. Like, oh, let's just jump. Like, nah, that's too far, you die. It allows them to have things below you without the player trying to get down to them. Then again, players could use all sorts of physics tricks here to achieve that, so... No. We're still, like, a ways away. We're, like, still pretty much at the start of the canals. I say the start. There's a lot of canals in this game, I guess. Before you get, like, to like, Alex and where those guys are at. Then there's, like, another big arc where you go across some beaches. And then there's the city bit. I wonder how far I should push it for this stream for tonight. Like, if I got to Alex Vance at the second HQ. I feel like that'd be an awful good stopping point at this hour of the night. That is my thought right now. I feel like we're probably a good ways away, too, so, yeah. Get over there.
Rising water. The floating bridge and
Rising
wooden
water.
Here introduced
Good
the
clue.
concept of buoyancy as a tool for the player. In this case, it's not really a puzzle. It's just some fun for the player interacting with the physics system. But later, we revisit this gameplay element in the canals to raise a ramp for the airboat.
Okay, so how do I raise the water then? The water things, those guys. How do I get at that? Ugh. Probably been like, since the last time I played this game, probably most of a decade, if not an entire decade. It's been a long while since I did any of the Half-Life games, and, you know, since I've been a streamer, like, okay, there's the key. Had to, like, navigate from above there. Drop down from above. I mean, how else would you do it, realistically, but, still wasn't something I was thinking about, I guess. Oh, good. Any health lost through drowning is temporary. Which is good, because I need to be able to, like, see stuff underwater. Oh, this area is now all watery. I always found the hardest part of these games to be episode 2, the end of it. That's part of why I never liked episode 2 as much. That ending sequence always gave me trouble, you know? It's the way? Must be, right. We saw the other side of this pipe. Odd path. I would say that is some puzzle solving there. They say something was buoyant? Oh yeah, right here. We gotta release these things. Another criticism I have right here, right now, with tying oxygen to aux power, is that it doesn't recharge very fast. You have to sort of, like, hang out on the stop for, like, a minute before it's up to full. And that's, is pretty suck-ass. Like, no. That should be back, like, in an instant. Literally, it takes, like, half a second to breathe. That's how long it should take. And you can play that sound too if you want it to be like, you know, like in Banjo-Kazooie. That's how it works. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. This at the time was pretty new, you know, and pretty innovative. To the point where, you know, no one minded if it was a little bit janky. I don't think it was really a problem if it was janky. You know, it's just like, oh shit, these objects, they're like physics and stuff. Nowadays, you'd go like, what the fuck? Jumped on the thing, and then fell the fuck off. Nowadays, you would look at this and go like, oh, this isn't ideal. You know, you'd want to add like a more modern feature, like mantling a little bit. It almost looks like my dude is trying to mantle, but maybe he is a little bit. I don't know. But it's more just luck of the draw that I got up there. Yeah. Let's push on. How long do you think until we haven't even gotten to the point where we drive a boat. We haven't even gotten our boat yet. That's going to be a major thing. The boat. That's like probably, we see boat, we know we're halfway through. Oh, the load is done. I thought it was still loading. Yee. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Oh hey, a new commentary node.
Rendering systems. In the early 2000s, we couldn't afford a general-purpose renderer with the broad capabilities of a modern engine.
Hi guys.
Instead, CPU, GPU, and memory limitations required highly specific solutions to rendering challenges so we could squeeze every bit of performance out of a player's hardware. As a result, Half-Life 2 actually has 3 different rendering engines. One for world geometry, another for outdoor terrain, and a third for dynamic entities like characters and objects. These 3 renderers had to support a complicated matrix of features: collisions, ray traces, decals, offline lighting, visibility calculations, and more. On top of that, each renderer needed to support DirectX 7, 8, and 9. The differences among these DirectX versions were significant, often requiring different data storage and rendering approaches. They even used different programming languages. Altogether, we essentially had 9 different renderers, each needing unique solutions, and getting them all to look consistent was one of the most challenging tech problems we faced during development.
I'm happy they pulled it off. Game looks great. Even better now. This is nothing, isn't it? Yeah. We ended up in the right path just by stumbling around a little bit. In particular, we need to go up here, walk along the physics objects. Okay.
CPU Wild West. During development, we faced numerous decisions influenced by our choice of minimum spec, the least powerful CPU and GPU combination that would still deliver a good experience for customers. In the early 2000s, there was far more variety among GPUs than today, with wide differences not only in speed, but in fundamental approaches to rendering. But at the time, we had no real data on the hardware our customers were using. What CPUs and GPUs did they have? How much
I used an Xbox.
Which version of Windows? We reached out to Microsoft hoping they might know answers to questions like, how many DX7 cards are in use? Or DX8? Unfortunately, they didn't have the data either. Realizing we were at risk of making bad decisions without these insights, we developed an analysis tool that allowed players to report their hardware specs to us and integrated it into the early version of Steam. The data was so useful that we decided to make it public, launching the Steam Hardware Survey in April 2003.
Yeah, shit.
It's been helping us and hopefully other developers make informed decisions ever since.
Yeah, that's a big deal in like PC games, right? Is that Steam knows what your hardware is, so, you know, as a result, there is like general information about what's out there. Huh. I never thought about what was going on before
Dynamic shadows. With a focus on character and physics objects, we felt a dynamic shadow system was necessary to render them all in all their glory. In 2003, GPUs didn't have any dedicated shadow capabilities that they have today, so performance was a tricky problem. Our eventual solution went something like this, running every frame. First, find all the objects that might have shadows in view. Doing this meant figuring out which objects were in the view frustum or slightly behind it to catch entities that were off-screen but whose shadows might end up on screen. Then we'd render a black shadow version of each one of those objects into a single shadow texture. For that render, we'd use the lowest level of detail model for the object to be as fast as possible. Finally, we'd use the shadow texture to draw each of the shadows into the player's view, darkening the already rendered pixels. We carefully cut around each shadow in that shadow texture to ensure that they correctly overlaid each other in the case where multiple shadows overlap. It's neat to look back on how we did these things, but ultimately we're a lot happier today, where GPU hardware makes it a much more straightforward problem.
That sounded pretty complicated, and I didn't get a bunch of that. During that thing, I lost control for a second. I don't know what happened. Maybe something on the monitor I'm not seeing right now popped up and took over control priority. Let me just check that real fast. Make sure everything's good. Make sure there's nothing that says something troublesome. 1 second. I'm just gonna throw to a break for 2 seconds here. Preset 2, please. Okay, everything looks perfectly normal. I don't know what that was. Fortunately, it didn't happen during combat or nothing. That would have been inconvenient. If I was worried about anything, it'd be like OBS running out of memory or something. That would be a serious issue. Oh, here's the head crabs. I forgot that the head crabs were weaponized, that they literally, like, sent them into areas.
Head crab canisters. Used head crab canisters are seen later in Ravenholm, so we decided to show them here to tell the story of how they're used by the Combine. The story is that the Combine
really cool.
weaponized Zen fauna to use them against the humans. Burrowed head crabs was added as a new feature for this section that was expanded into a larger area that is meant to show a citizen shanty that was decimated by the head crab assault.
Yeah, that is very neat. Oh, at this point, would you even know to, like, hit them? I mean, actually, I did run into one earlier, and it was an enemy, so I know what their deal is, but if you didn't... These guys are just guys. Oh, maybe I should try shooting them first. From, like, a respectable range.
Vital signs are dropping.
I'm probably too used to games where, like, the melee is going to take care of anything, you know, if you close the distance and use it. Whereas this, like, kind of feels a little bit ineffectual. And probably maybe less powerful than the gun. In real life, well, maybe it depends on the enemy, but, like, a gun is going to be more effective than a melee weapon. It's going to be more lethal than a melee weapon. 9 times out of 10. Effective, I guess that's another matter, you know. Excuse me? Like, obviously, you're not going to use a fly... You're not going to shoot a fly. That would be hard to do. But you can fly swatter a fly. That's like the ideal weapon for flies. Boat! I see boat! Boat! We found boat!
Hey, Dr. Freeman. I've been hoping you'd show up. Got this airboat all gassed up and ready to go.
Oh, that means we're like, we're pretty far. We're finally like halfway through Canals. Canals is longer than I remember. Honestly. Canals is massive. God.
Airboat intro. This is where the player gets the first vehicle of the game, the airboat. We wanted to create a safe space
There's
for
like
players
3?
to practice driving the airboat for as long as they wanted before moving on.
How many vehicles
the
are
arena is
there?
sprinkled with opportunities for jumps and tricks, and we filled the arena with toxic slime to keep players in the airboat longer, while preventing them from leaving the vehicle behind and progressing forward on foot.
Combinatorial shader explosion. Rendering became much more complex during Half-Life 2's development with the addition of hardware shaders. Small bits of code controlling how each pixel on a surface should render. In 2003, shaders were far more limited than today. Half-Life 2 era shaders lacked conditionals and had severe code size restrictions. This meant no if-else branching logic to adjust based on different conditions, and no large shaders with broad feature sets.
Oh, yeah.
Also, compiling shaders as needed was just too slow to be useful, so we had to pre-compile them. To work within these limits, we had to compute every possible shader combination and store each one individually as its own shader. For example, if a shader affected a surface based on a single light source, we'd need another shader version for 2 lights, another for 3, and so on.
I don't really understand, like...
If that shader also supported a normal map, we'd need 2 versions for light, one with a normal map and one without. With features like texture blending, vertex tinting, specular highlights, alpha testing, and various other light types, directional point and spotlights, our shader count exploded. By release, we had thousands of individual shaders. Shortly after, we released Lost Coast, adding HDR support, which doubled the shader count again. Once compiling shaders on the local developer's machine started taking too long, we switched to distributing the shader compiles over the entire network using VMPI. We also had a dynamic shader compilation mode that was useful for developing shaders that gave fast turnaround at the expense of frame rate hitching when a shader had to be compiled.
I don't really get shaders. They seem very abstract to me. I guess they're just like a bunch of math that determines like how things should look nice. Whoa, this airboat is loud. Looks like it's quite loud, the airboat. Oh well. More things to
Fighting
listen to.
motion sickness. In early playtesting, many players developed motion sickness while driving the airboat. While trying to fix this, we discovered several factors that contributed to it. We found that reducing the intrusion of the airboat into the view helped, so we made several passes on the model to pare it back. Maintaining a consistent frame rate helped as well, so it was important to keep an eye on performance in these sections. However, the single most important factor was eliminating view roll to maintain a more stable horizon
I
no
sense
matter
a
what the
load.
airboat was doing. One of the programmers on the team was super prone to motion sickness, and they valiantly offered to playtest several times to test our progress towards a solution. I'm pretty sure they threw up at least once after playtesting, and their noble sacrifice was hugely appreciated.
I don't really get motion sick myself while playing games. I feel like the only time it's happened was that I was in an arcade and I did a VR game where it wasn't like a VR game, it was just like a VR roller coaster type thing. And sitting in that and watching something play out like in my goggles, that made me a little queasy in a way that makes me go, oh god, this is how people feel when on like roller coasters. I can't imagine it. I love roller coasters, but like, just a very unpleasant feeling that I don't usually get. All right. We're boating. Boat time. Ooh, let's go. And let's also keep an eye out for. Oh, hey. Eye out for nodes. Can you do a node while you're in the thing?
Airboat time.
Yeah.
Finding the right balance between vehicle time and time on foot took some work. Driving at full speed propelled players through the world quickly, and in early playtests we felt that players were missing out on exploring and taking in the game's detail. Exploration and world examination are core values of Half-Life, so we didn't
that's
want
probably
the vehicle
fair
to eliminate that. To address this, we added periodic spots where players could get out and explore small pockets of dense detail. Additionally, as the physics system evolved, we were learning new ways to use it.
Like here.
These spots off the airboat let us introduce an element of discovery around physics, like dropping crates into the water or combining barrels to raise a ramp. This gave players a chance to interact with water and physics in different ways.
Oh, jeez. It's cool how these guys throw physics objects at you. That's really smart. That takes advantage of the whole physics thing really well. You know, if I would have said, like, before the stream what I remembered of the physics system, I would have said, like, yeah, there's a couple of seesaws that you have to deal with, you know. There's Ravenholm, Ravenholm. There's that whole area, and there's the gravity gun. Kind of falls under Ravenholm a little bit, but you know what I mean. Yee! I forgot that, like, enemies took advantage of that well, and I forgot, like, well, maybe a few more puzzles other than seesaws use it in a way that's, you know, I'll say is not, like, the best thing, to be honest. It's not, like, the greatest. But whatever. How do I... Aha! I guess that's physics as well. And that could also just be like something that looks like physics, but behind the scenes is actually a, you know, not real thing, not real interaction. That could be canned, in other words. Get out of here. I want to go. Up to go down, and then yee. I have very low health as well, so this is good. Bullets. No health? That's not good. Oh, here. Probably from the loot box. It's interesting that there's no music for a lot of these parts. It's just sort of left to be atmospheric.
Hey down there! Supplies!
Thank you!
Look out below!
Floating supplies. In the alpha playtest, the canals were sprinkled with floating supply crates that players could smash with the airboat to collect the supplies inside. The mechanics were somewhat gamey, but helped keep the flow of the gameplay going, allowing the player to resupply on the go. To help make the premise more plausible, we wanted to tell the story of how the floating crates ended up so conveniently placed along the player's path. This scene of the citizens dropping supply crates helped sell that fiction, while also making the canals feel more alive. It also made players feel more heroic and important to be helped by so many supporting characters.
Here's a physics puzzle with the ramp. I think they mentioned this in a previous commentary node. The commentary nodes are, like, getting a little fewer and farther apart, which I'll say, like, I think it helps a lot for the pacing. You know, playing through it again here with the commentary, with the new commentary. that it's not like a commentary. I feel like the more that I have to stand around during commentary, the more awkward it is. Maybe that's just because, like, maybe that's just because, like, when I'm streaming, I always want to be doing something, you know, or at least talking about something. And it's awkward for me when... Okay, I need more barrels. It's always awkward for me when like there's cutscenes or something going on in the game, and I don't know like what I can add necessarily, or like when it is appropriate to butt in myself and be like say things, you know, to put in my 2 cents. If I were not streaming, I would just be shutting the fuck up, you know, but I am streaming, so, and like a rule of streaming in general is that shutting the fuck up ain't right, you know, you're supposed to always be talking, at least I always be talking. And I like to talk, too. So it just, you know, comes naturally somewhat. It's a balancing act, I guess. Hey, buddy. Hey, guys. Excuse me. Okay, that didn't work out. We needed more speed to go through them. Insufficient speed there. But I think we got the right idea. Just gotta hit and run. Hit and run is the idea. Hit and run. If we can't hit and run, we should just run. Yeah. There we go. Fuck them. Got him this time. Okay, cool. Is that a ramp? Yes, it is. That was nice. This is pre-hit that big-ass ramp. Historically. Pre-50 hit that big-ass ramp. That was the thing. Yo, 50. Hit that big-ass ramp is the thing that apparently 50 Cent said in 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, or 50 Cent's friend said in 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. That was a bit of a meme in like early Giant Bomb days, in the circles that I ran in around the 2010, around then. I think we probably missed a commentary note. I remember only 2 for that section. Nothing I can do about that. They hit it too well, I guess. Or otherwise was not on the critical path. I'm pretty sure we have to go inside now. Go, buddy. Said out of 3, I only remember 2, but maybe I forgot, or... I don't know.
Grenade intro. We conceived of this Combine base as both a training area and a playground for grenades, introducing them here in infinite supply crates to signal that it's safe for players to use grenades freely without fear of running out. Go wild.
I don't think I ever picked up on that.
The Combine encounter here uses extensive markup to direct the soldier AI towards cover and provide good opportunities for players to make use of grenades. At the end of the area, the same infinite grenade technique helps players resolve the turret placement, as a direct assault is a lot more difficult if you don't. A bright red light and a particle trail were added to the grenades, making it significantly easier for players to follow their trajectory, whether they're throwing them or dodging one from a Combine soldier.
I'll say I've never been like a super big grenade person. Like in games that have like grenades as like the secondary thing, I'll often like forget to use them. You know, like a secondary. I'll forget that they're there or not use them especially effectively, honestly. So like, truth be told, I'll probably just shoot
Air
people.
resistance. One important feature we had to add to our physics engine for Half-Life 2 was air resistance. At the time, physics engines would typically implement a general damping feature for slowing objects down as they moved.
Like friction.
But this merely removes energy in a symmetric way. In order to create a more believable motion, we decided to simulate air resistance instead. This allowed us to get asymmetric behavior, where the amount the object was slowed
Like what?
by moving through the air was different depending on how much surface area of the object was facing the direction of movement or rotation. This
Did I
feature
use
was
like
key
cover
to
there?
making explosions and objects thrown by the gravity gun look believable.
Ooh.
Fast-moving and fast-spinning objects are among the most expensive things to simulate in Half-Life 2's physics engine, so air resistance also improves CPU performance in cases like explosions. It is also key to presenting different materials and masses of objects. More dense objects can push aside air more easily, and this is visible. Having this effect in the simulation helps make the difference in density between cardboard boxes and wooden planks more apparent, and really helps make the objects in Half-Life 2's world much more convincing.
Yeah. I'm using that invulnerability maybe a little too much. Like, that whole sequence was really made a lot easier by the fact that I could Terminator just walk at him and shoot that guy rather than messing around with the cool moving cover that I think was probably supposed to be the idea. I guess those are the crates with the grenades. Yeah, I guess it's obvious that they're infinites. I don't know. My thought if I saw a crate like that would not be like, oh, they want me to use grenades. My thought would be, grenades are necessary for some puzzle, and I need them.
Puzzle layers. Because players are often totally unaware of the designer's intent, which we think is a good thing, they tend to respond in all kinds of surprising ways to our puzzles. Even seemingly simple puzzles can see countless failures along the way to success. That was the case with this puzzle to open the canal gates, which required many layers of hints and cues. The sparking wheel communicates that this is where someone would normally open the gate, but some other method is needed. A few crows draw the player's eye towards the solution, in this case, a bundle of girders on a pendulum. As grenades have been thoroughly introduced, we originally wanted players to throw one to break the wooden support structure, but that wasn't obvious enough. We added exploding barrels as a much clearer clue. But even after solving the puzzle, some players didn't realize that the gates were now open, which led them to endlessly explore the base interior looking for another exit. So we had to remind them of their original problem, the broken gate. We added smoke, the alarm klaxon, and a spinning light, and it was then that we finally started seeing reliably good results in playtesting.
Let's use these grenades then, I guess. I don't know. That's looking pretty well. You know, if I never use them anyway, I might as well spend them liberally. Okay. Good deal. That's like one of the bigger boats areas. There's like a big checkpoint that we're going to reach soonish. And then, you know, Maybe the boat is like... How many boat areas are we going to visit along the way, I guess, is the question. I think there's one more. And then... And then there's like a place where we get a weapon. And then there's, you know, the end of the canals. And then, you know what, it's like 11:30? Yeah, end of canals would be a good time to, call it, I think. And then next time we would be going into Ravenholm? I think Ravenholm and the whole the story part and the Ravenholm would be the next part, the next area. And then some beach stuff. This is probably like the first third of the game, I would say. Maybe first fourth? Wait. I remember this. This is the physics area. We were here earlier. What are we doing back here? You know, we missed I think we missed a commentary earlier. Maybe we're supposed to come back here? And we can get it now. I think we might be very, very turned around here. Did we go through the gates, or did we just turn around and go backwards for a while? We might have turned around and went backwards for a while, but I remember stuff happening, so... I'll say we can use this chance to look around a second and see if we can see. Let me just step out for like half a second. Let me make sure. This place didn't have a commentary, did it? Yes, I hate this fucking flashlight. You'd think they would have gotten feedback that people hated the flashlight. Yeah, whatever, if it's here. Where would it be, though? Okay. I don't think this is correct. I don't think we're supposed to be here. But, while we are here, keep an eye out for that last node. Maybe in like a hidden area off this attack. This is a whole action sequence originally. Why would... Why would there be a node? Hang on. There's clearly caches. Could be a node in here. It would be nice if the nodes weren't hidden. I'll say that. But they are hidden, and here it is. Here's the one that we missed earlier. Cool, hey!
Zombie surprise. There's a little bit of a cheeky jump scare in this sewer pipe. Players wander in here, all focused and curious, and then an underwater zombie pops up, almost always scaring the pants off of playtesters. One fell
I was
completely
warned in
out of their
advance.
chair, and we marked that moment as a success.
Didn't work for me, as a result. It was just kind of funny. I guess you couldn't have that node be anywhere else. That's fair. How would you find that other than turning around after? You must have to be here, but... Well, you must have to go here, but... No, that doesn't make sense. It's gotta be a one-way thing, these canals. I'm scratching my head, I don't really get it. That's just a regular ramp. That's how we were able to get back up there. Okay, let's find that dam that we went through. That we didn't go through, and actually go through it now. We got turned around pretty badly. Okay, here we go. New area. Excuse me. This will be about the helicopter?
Metrocop strafing. The initial design of the airboat levels aimed to challenge players with tight maneuvers under pressure from Metrocops. The Metrocop strafing fire pattern was meant to make players slalom around the shots as they sped through, but in a review process, internally known as Overwatch, some playtesters felt frustrated being shot at without a way to retaliate. They wanted the airboat to feel powerful and unstoppable. Based on that feedback, we refocused the levels to emphasize empowerment over challenge, shifting from dodging attacks to fast-paced combat, speed, and busting through barriers.
And running over guys. Yeah, that's definitely better. These guys should not be rappelling down here. This is a bad idea! For them. Well, a little bit of a bad idea. Unless I'm stopped and can't. I can't hit all of them. Rockets. Yeah, okay. I'm dead. Oh, that's a great place for a save. I guess it's true, I did live from there, but like... There are better places to place a checkpoint there. Okay. I wonder how this controls on a PC. I mean, I'll say on a controller, it works kind of weird compared to regular boats in regular games. Like, you hit up to accelerate. That's not how boats work usually. How cars work. I guess, except in Halo. Halo does work like that. I guess maybe it's an artifact of, like, I don't know why that is, actually. I shouldn't speak to what I don't know about. But I feel like it's more common now to just make it work like it would in a driving game, you know? Triggers accelerate rather than just mapping the car onto the regular shooter controls. WASD, or in my case, a controller. Alright, now what? Where to? There's a boat over here. That's cool. I see a commentary node. Excuse me.
Skybox. We've always needed to render a world that feels larger than our map limitations allow.
That's beautiful.
In Half-Life 1, we used a cube map texture to let players see beyond the playable area. But in Half-Life 2, we wanted that view into the larger world to be dynamic, not just a static texture. Our map size limitation was about half a mile in each dimension, but we realized we could create a much larger outer world if we stored it at a reduced scale. So, we invented what we called the 3D Skybox. The 3D Skybox is a small box hidden within the actual game map.
I remember this from other
at 1/16th scale.
source games.
Inside
commentary.
it, a reference point corresponds to a matching origin in the main map. Then, when we render the space beyond the playable area, we use the geometry from the 3D Skybox, positioned by that reference point and scaled up 16 times. Getting the lighting and fog to blend seamlessly across the transition from the main map to the skybox presented some sticky challenges, but it worked. The result made the world feel significantly larger and more immersive than it had in Half-Life 1.
That's pretty cool. I bet a lot of people did stuff like that. You know, skyboxes, they are pretty relatively common, I guess. Nowadays, and probably even then. Not to diminish it, you know, but... I mean, I guess part of it is that I've known about stuff like that, and like the 16 scale stuff for like years and years. Hey, Luigi, I'm playing Half-Life 2, and I'm listening to brand new commentary from the developers. How you doing? I'm doing okay. Doing well. I need to get into this level. I probably should not have left my car behind. My boat. Hello, Super Wario Gaming. Good name. You stream some Mario Maker 2? That's excellent. I do that as well. If you don't know me, that's like my main thing. People from Luigi's thingamajig. I do Mario Maker 2 on Fridays. On Tuesdays, I do a bit of whatever's fun. And I'll say, just like to plug it again, on this weekend, this Saturday, I'm doing Extra Life, and in particular, I'm doing Xbox 360 themed Extra Life, where donors get to choose the games that come up. I'll pick some as well, in the absence of donor requests. How's my break? Hasn't really started yet. My Thanksgiving break starts on Thanksgiving Day after work tomorrow. So, or I would say it starts after work tomorrow. So, you know, I only got Thursday and Friday off, but that's a 4-day weekend, and I'm using it to do some stuff. Oh, also, viewer levels will be in the viewer levels will be in the morning on Friday. Also, what with me being off work on Black Friday and all. That's the plan. Come by. Extra Life should be fun. Gotta have to do a bunch of games. I got Sonic 06 on the way. I technically don't have it yet, but I will do by the time that stream happens. Think I go through here? No. Where the fuck do we go to get in here? You had so much in your live stream because people love Mario Maker 2? They do. Yeah, Mario Maker 2 is damn good. I've made a little bit of progress. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey, found the way forward. Been working on my own level recently and starting to manage to get it together. The next level, the last level of my super world. Hey, this is a commentary note, by the way, if you're just joining. Ooh, I got a Magnum.
357 intro.
When I trigger these commentary nodes, we're gonna hear from the developers, so I'm probably gonna talk a little less. Nah, it's still ages away at that level. It's still like probably, I'd be surprised if I finish it in this calendar year, honestly. When we listen to commentary, we're gonna hear the developers talk about Half-Life 2. Also, we don't take any damage, so that's nice for me.
The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired in
See?
a more measured, calculated way, dealing catastrophic damage to your target. Earlier versions of the Magnum had a bit of random dispersion, which we felt fit the heft and the less sensitive trigger pull of a larger pistol.
Half-Life is in the name, why so? Well, it kind of sounds like, Half-Life is a science term, and science is sort of like part of the first game takes place in like a science lab.
However, this led to
gone wrong, and so that's sort of part of the thing. And like Half-Life could imply like you have a short life because you have a death wish or something. I don't know. It just sounds good. That'd be a good question for the commentary to answer. Honestly,
climactic moments where players would carefully line up a shot only to miss due to the accuracy penalty. To address this, we made the first bullet perfectly accurate, with each subsequent shot becoming less accurate as you blasted away.
Cool. So they made it so that you always get a cool shot first off.
VMPI. During development, we became increasingly frustrated with our slow gameplay iteration speeds, mainly because map compilation, needed to pre-compute lighting and visibility, was taking hours. Computers in 2000 were far slower than today.
What the fuck?
And they had only a single CPU core each. Inspired by SETI at Home, a distributed program that used PCs worldwide to analyze radio waves for signs of extraterrestrial life, we built VMPI, which was our own distributed system that spread the map compilation process across many office computers. Today, these kinds of distributed systems run on giant GPU clusters, but at the time we just ran it on all the computers in our office. To deal with how our lighting code was evolving as quickly as our maps were, VMPI also distributed new exe files to everyone's computer too. In retrospect, this was a pretty terrifying security concept, just awfully bad. It's like the stuff of nightmares for IT folks, because we were sending an arbitrary executable to all of our work PCs and they would just run it. It was absolute madness. But it worked for us, and it did significantly increase our map iteration speed, and as a result, it ended up being a crucial tool.
That's really cool. That's a cool thing. You'll be right back, but you have something quick but amazing. Thanks. I'm getting ravaged by these guys now that I'm not invulnerable. Oh, there's a lot of them over there. I should duck. How are the levels, by the way? Is everything good? Ooh! How about a grenade? Can I toss it that far? Okay. This isn't looking great. I got 6 health left. You 3 health left. They're coming. Where the fuck are we? Oh, hey.
357 intro. The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired in a more measured, calculated way, dealing catastrophic damage to your...
We actually ready to listen to that, so I can't in good conscience take advantage of the invulnerability. It's already done.
During development,
that's the one about how they combine all their GPUs. That is just a neat thing. Okay. Whoop. I gotta be more careful and also keep on getting more power-ups so that I can stay alive. I need health to live. Warehouse here. Okay. Keep on the move. Keep finding power-ups and health and shit. I need to get up there. How do I get up there? I might need to get up there. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't see a way to get up there. It doesn't seem like it's super possible. Oh, right. This is easy. Jump across the boxes. That's obvious. Come on, health, health, health! No! Okay. They talk a good game about, like, you know, checkpoints and stuff. They also just, like, make sure that these
During development.
3.
But, like, I don't know, man. Could use another checkpoint or two. Yeet. Uh-oh. Guys go right through those boxes. Some help and some. Ooh. More health from here. These guys are aggressive. More aggressive and, like, intelligent than, like, enemies in a modern game would be, I think. Which, like, you know, goes to show intelligence, tactics, things of that nature. They're not really, like, functions of... Damn it. Not really functions of,
357 intro. The Magnum, unlike the basic handgun with its slower rate of fire, is meant to be fired.
Not really a function of technology level these days, and more just like gameplay design, I guess. Like, you could program, in theory, I guess, like something that was actually more intelligent than this. But, like, players wouldn't appreciate it because they, like, you know, it wouldn't be fun. I mean, I say that, but, like, a lot of games use bots to, like, supplement or to, like, you know, to have players give experience or something, you know what I mean? Like, they will match them against bots to, like, big them up. or otherwise to like supplement matchmaking. If he can't find a match otherwise. Here, save point. We can do a manual save. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, wow, I was standing right where the guys above and below could all shoot me. Not good. Use the handgun, maybe. Ooh. Fuck. Those were a good couple of shots. I'm still dead, though. Maybe. Ah! I was hoping he'd run forward rather than back. These guys are like kind of smart. Doing here? I keep expecting, like, when you hit the triggers for it to be thrown with great speed. But I guess that's beyond the, Fuck you. Fuck! Bunch of extra guys showed up. All at once here. I saw a guy... Ah. Maybe draw them out first a little bit. Hey. You didn't miss much. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm gonna pull out this grenade. I'm gonna throw it up there. Hopefully that'll help. Kill someone. Oh, there he is! That was the guy I killed. Alright, let's go across here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! It's like Roblox? No, it's different. It's a little more action-y, I guess. I don't know, I don't play Roblox. I can't speak to that. RPG. Yeah, I'm role-playing the role of Gordon Freeman. How's the audio, by the way? Okay. How's the audio when, like, there's gunfire and stuff abound? Is it, like, acceptable? Can you hear me good? Yee. Hear everything perfectly? Fantastic. I'm missing that. You know what? Let's grab that before we go in there. That seems like it could be very helpful. A little extra health. Fortnite? Yeah, I guess. Fortnite is not a bad comparison here. Not terrible, anyway. Okay, let's go inside now. Okay. Okay. Missed. A lot of guys over there. Let's throw a grenade up there. I think it's time to take my chances and go. There's still one commentary node we haven't gotten in this area, so that might really help. I'll say again, commentary nodes make us invincible. While they are... Fuck you! Got him! No, there's a guy behind me! Wait, no! To the side, to the side! These are computers. This is narrative based. Where the fuck am I? Oh crap, they're... Checkpoint. This is a single player game, Luigi. Kinda hard. Whew. I see you make shorts. Yeah, once a day. Typically they're going up. Hope you enjoy them. I appreciate any likes that they receive. Makes me feel good. Same with any full-length any VOD, you know. Who's shooting me? Shooting me through the floor. We got checkpoints. Revolver. Okay. Fuck you! You like seeing my whole face and vibe? Always seem happy. Now? Even? I get that, yeah. I'm having fun. I am still having fun. Ooh, that guy dropped some health. And it felt all the way there behind his friend. Oh, thank God, this is a health thing. This will give us some health. Oh my God, I don't think I've seen my suit this highly charged forever. Go ahead and do a save. Just go ahead and save there. This seems like a perfect time to save. We're like, really, we have health again now. Oh, hey, I know where we are. There's another commentary thing nearby. Wait, no, it's over there. Or this way. It's near, though. Is this game hard? Yeah, it's a little bit hard. Right now, we're dealing with a helicopter we can't really deal with yet, so we just gotta run around and avoid it. Honestly, it was hard back in the day, but on some level, I think I attributed it being hard to me being not used to our FPSs at the time. Now that I played a good number of FPSs, I would have expected it to be like you know, relatively even keel, but it is tough. It is tough. Also, I'm not sure where exactly I'm going. Maybe we just came in through here, so I think I'm looking for like a hole in the fence or something. Where do we go next? Seriously. Almost looks like you're supposed to climb to the top of the hill. Maybe this is the way. I don't see any alternative, and like... Ah! Here we go, there's a... Excuse me.
Mounted gun. The mounted guns were added here to help train the player on the gun's effectiveness against the attack helicopter for the final battle in the reservoir. This was necessary because up to this point, the helicopter was invulnerable to the
Fuck you, helicopter.
And we had to give some indication that it could be harmed with larger weaponry. This was only somewhat effective in playtest due to the amount of pressure the player was under at the moment, which led us to developing the particle effects and sounds that would sell to the players that they were really doing damage.
I don't remember this being a thing or even like using it on the helicopter. Could you get through this part without realizing that? I feel like if like hitting the button was enough, I would have just hit the button and left. But I don't know. Cool, that's all the commentary nodes, and that's the whole sequence. We did the thing. Helicopter is a motherfucker. Helicopter bad. We're gonna head back to the boat. Boat good. Helicopter bad, boat good. I've been sort of workshopping it in the back of my head. As like, oh, this is a thing that the stream could be called. If we're looking for VOD names. Much appreciated invulnerability. Probably wouldn't be a bad title either, honestly. Did you get the newest Mario games? What do you mean, Wonder? I got Wonder. I didn't get the Mario Party that they put out. No, or I guess that wouldn't be it. It'd be Mario and Luigi. I did get Mario and Luigi. It wasn't very great. I don't think Mario and Luigi is like a Brothership is phenomenal. Came in through here. Oh right, I could have just jumped off that that thing, couldn't I have done? taking the long way back. I don't know. I would not recommend Brothership. And Mario Party, the new one, just sounds like, you know, if you like that style of Mario Party more than the older ones. Why didn't you like Brothership? Yeah. I don't know. Slow, long, tedious. All the islands just feel kind of like filler. And you're just sort of running through them doing fights for like, you know, I feel like it was just really wasn't grabbing me, you know? I agree very much with the review that IGN gave. I would say it's probably like a 3 out of 5. Maybe as low as a 2 out of 5, but I will say it's probably better than like Color Splash and probably better than like... I would say it's better than Dream Team insofar as it has some ambition, but also I do think it's taking the franchise in kind of the wrong directions overall. It should go back to its roots and be like the first game, you know, streamlined and
Helicopter bombing run. This is another example of us creating movement hazards while driving the airboat.
And
the helicopter attempts to stay in front of the player when dropping bombs.
Well paced.
The player backtracks. It switches to hovering and turns to attacking the player. In one playtest, a bomb just so happened to drop between the pipe seams, creating a pretty cinematic moment. The playtester had a positive reaction, so the team decided to script it so it happened every time. This process has become part of our organic design process. Every so often, a cool thing randomly happens in a playtest, and we find a way to make it happen more reliably.
Yeah, I would say that that's a thing that I think about as well sometimes. Well, maybe not exactly like that, but, you know, is the audio still good, by the way? I definitely think about how if something feels good in testing, I try to adjust it where that good feeling is more easy to come by, you know? In, like, Mario Maker, you know what I mean. You love Dream Team. Well, if you're, like, really into Dream Team, you might be more... You might have, like, a lower tolerance for, like, bloats than me. I like how the first game is just, like, so immaculately paced. You know, it's just like so... There's not an ounce of fat on Mario and Luigi, the first one. It's just... Every area's like in and out. I thought you were in a VC because of the narrator voice. A VC? Oh, you mean the voice chat? Oh! Nah, this is audio commentary from the developers. They put it in there for, like, behind the scenes stuff. I can understand the confusion, you know. The voices aren't really acknowledging... Are like, you know, they're not diegetic, obviously. Do I generally like gyro controls? I like gyro controls in, like, Zelda and stuff. I'd say that during the Wii era, that was probably at its weakest, right? Like, I think once it was just a side thing that could be used sparingly, it got a lot better. Power Ranger battles, I don't remember. You mean like when Bowser got big? It was alright. I wasn't like, wild about them, I guess. But they're cool enough, little set-piece moments. So far, like, the set-piece moments in Brothership were like, oh, Luigi solves a puzzle by himself. Or Luigi just does a bunch of poses, you know, not really Not really as phenomenal, honestly, as, like, the Bowser becoming 500 feet tall. Like, comparatively tame, to put it in a word. How do you feel about next year? Good. I'm looking forward to next year. I mean, I'm looking forward to my holidays even more. Ooh, this is not good space for me. I'm looking forward to the holidays even more, but, new Mario Park in Orlando. I've been to the one in Japan. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the one in Orlando. I'm looking forward to it coming to Orlando as well. That will be lovely. Oh, any new trips? Gotcha. Okay, I misread. Let me readdress that. Not on the books yet, no. I do know that I'm going to be going with the family to, New Jersey for like a family reunion type week in July, so that'll be fun. We got a whole rental house for just, like, my nuclear family, and, no one else. We're not sharing. Well, maybe if someone really wanted to use our couch. I say that. I think the plan is to say no. No. But, like, probably someone will try to crash on our couch.
Smokestack collapse. When making a cinematic action game like the first
That'll be fun.
Half-Life, we'd always wanted to make some big, spectacular destruction sequence, but we
Feel
were
like I
never
didn't
quite
even
able
notice.
to do anything like that. Half-Life 2's physics introduced a system for breaking physics small objects, such as crates, into pieces, which provoked the idea of doing something much bigger. We took a leap and tried breaking a smokestack into pieces as it fell. So we experimented with the masses until it felt better, refined the model, and added lots of smoke and audio to sell the effect. And there we had it. We had our big spectacular destruction moment. Ultimately, our physics made the sequence just barely possible in a way that maybe seems quaint by modern standards.
Yeah.
It felt really awesome at the time.
Definitely
because
quaint.
The simulation was unique every time we ran it, we had to take steps to avoid completely blocking the player's path with the big chunks of debris. The success of this sequence whet our appetites for the much higher fidelity cinematic physics destruction effects next seen in episode 2.
I missed that one because I was looking at the commentary node, I think. I saw the commentary node and was distracted by it just in time to miss the thing that it was talking about explode. Do I turn around here or what? No, probably not. Stop shooting me. You know, if we die, maybe we can see it again. Okay, we got over. Ja. Okay, we get to see it again. Good. Keep an eye out for smokestack. Cool smokestack in like a second. Or a minute. Maybe. Right here, right here. You're gonna go to bed? Well, I enjoyed having you come by, Luigi. It's always good to see you, or anyone else. And I hope you have a good night of sleep. I am, probably gonna wrap up myself. Like, once I get to... Once I get to the next, we gotta take care of this fucking helicopter. That's... Okay, there's the thing. Look, look, look. Oh yeah, that was cool. That was a cool, thing. You know, hell, even by modern standards, I thought it was cool. Kind of awkward to squeeze by it, though. We gotta be pretty close to the end of Boat and Helicopter. Boat and Helicopter. How much more Boat and Helicopter? It's fun. The boat is fun. The helicopter is deadly, but like, you know, it's past midnight. I'll be fine tomorrow. You know, it's a work from home day. Whatever. But
Displacements 1. After Half-Life 1 shipped, our level designers and artists wanted a better solution for outdoor environments, so we built the first version of our terrain system. It was based on subdivided quads.
We got a puzzle here.
Imagine a flat square divided into a grid, where each point on the grid can be moved up or down. Level designers could lay out multiple squares and then use a paintbrush tool to shape hills and valleys by adjusting the grid points.
Okay, I think
for rendering, we used a special blended texture, which combined two different textures. Each grid point specified how much of each texture to use, allowing smooth transitions between surfaces like sand, grass, dirt, and gravel.
I can sort of picture
this type
that.
of terrain system wasn't unusual in game engines at the time, and we naively thought it would be enough for our game designers.
It's like in Roller Coaster Tycoon, where you can lower corners of land to make little hills and stuff.
Washing machine puzzle. We created the washing machine physics puzzle late in development.
Washing
after
machine.
playtesting indicated that players needed some downtime from the relentless pressure from the helicopter. Pacing contrasts like this can accentuate the high moments by resetting the player's emotional state and warding off exhaustion or even boredom. It was a positive sign that players reacted so strongly to all the work done to make the helicopter truly menacing. But if we didn't manage the stress of it, fatigue set in, which quickly started to feel like monotony rather than excitement. Originally, players quickly drove through this area, but because of the nice sunlight and composition of the canal here, we decided it was a good spot to pause the action and have the player spend some quiet time solving a puzzle. The puzzle itself, which was the first to use masses and pulleys, ended up giving rise to other physics navigation puzzles elsewhere in the game.
Displacements 2. Once the initial terrain system was up and running, we expected level designers to use it for outdoor spaces. Instead, they began experimenting, adding detail in unexpected places. They used the subdivided quads on the top of walls to create ruined edges, rounded off street curbs, and even attempted to make pipes. This met with varying success since the terrain system was designed for landscapes, not architectural detail. So we returned to the code mines, transforming the height-based terrain system into a fully 3D displacement system. Now, instead of only moving grid points up and down, designers could move them in any direction. This allowed them to add extra detail to all kinds of surfaces using blended textures to smooth transitions between the displacement quads and the BSP geometry. However, this required additional tech work to ensure consistent lighting between the two renderers, or those edges would have been noticeably mismatched. But with all this done, the level designers seemed satisfied, and we naively thought that this time it really would be enough.
What's the last one say?
Displacements 3. With the general displacement system in hand, level designers didn't stop at adding detail to the world and returned to their original goals of building large-scale outdoor sections. This led to another round of updates to balance performance, ensuring the system could handle both fine detail and larger ground terrain. Texturing had to improve as well, especially to support complex structures like overhanging cliffs that weren't possible with the original height-based system. Designers, never one to rest on their laurels, also started using displacements to create caves and tunnels. While these additions looked great, they required even more technical adjustment. Eventually, we managed to wrangle the competing requirements of all the ways that displacements were being used, and they shipped in large sections of our game world. Looking back, displacements are a clear example of how technology and game design evolve together. It's a chicken and egg problem. We can't foresee all the ways a piece of tech will impact the game, but we also can't build the tech without knowing what it needs to accomplish. So, as is always the case, we have to build something. We start with a solid guess and see where it leads us.
It's interesting hearing about the tools that sort of enabled this sort of like how the design to take place. You know, I think about how the more powerful tools of Mario Maker versus say like Sound Shapes or Little Big Planet, where it's more clunky and less intuitive, allowed for a lot more creativity in level design and a lot more just quality level design and a lot more quality work in general. I also think about tools that, you know, sound really interesting for like, oh wow, we got this system working and then we did this thing, right? We got this. The thing I think about is how I remember people from like Rare talking about how they did the original Donkey Kong Country, and apparently how they did it is that they designed like segments of levels on like post-it notes so that it can move things around and be like, okay, move this forward, move this back, let's reorder this, you know, mix and match, and sort of like iterate on the whole level and be able to like just very flexibly add parts, remove parts, etc., etc. Mix, switch the order of things, and that's just sounded like so powerful to me as a kid, to the point where like it made me wonder like, oh wow, well you should make like a level creation tool that was sort of along those lines. And you know, nothing in that metaphor is like, Mario Maker is not that metaphor, and yet it's super intuitive and like everything you need to iterate on level design, which, you know, in retrospect makes me go like, well, okay, it was a silly thought, I guess, but you know, I'm sure like any tools you get, you know, you get used to them, you take advantage of them, they're gonna feel pretty powerful.
Gordon Freeman himself.
Just in time, Doc. We gotta move out before the Combine picks us up. We're just getting ready to pull out.
We better hurry. We gotta tear down this camp and get out of here.
Are you gonna zap me?
I'll show you what you're up against.
You can zap me if you want. I could use more suit. Oh, we've reached here, which means that we're basically at the end of boats and helicopter and boat. That is honestly kind of a relief.
Gestures. Each of our characters had a library of simple animations called gestures, which we could easily layer on top of other body movements. While originally planned as a production savings to allow us to reuse animations throughout the game, we found they actually had more utility than that. Humans often repeat certain movements, and these can be markers of a specific personality. As a result, our gestures library ended up capturing the essence of each character, helping to unify our animation team's understanding of who those characters were. This made it much easier for our animators to share any one character's workload among themselves, which production often required.
I guess, yeah. This airship's been good to us, I'll say. This airship has been good to us. I say airship. Boat. It's like a hovercraft type thing. But
here, take a look at this.
I'll be glad to see the end of the
dam,
sequence.
Just up ahead. Eli's hideout is here, a stone's throw from the apron and nestled in the old hydro plant. But getting there with that hunter chopper on your ass, next to impossible. Good news is,
I'll say that this part has always been, I feel like, the longest part of the game, and always felt the longest. Every sequence after this is a lot more measured in its length. Well, I think like anytime you get into a vehicle, they really make it a bit of a journey. You know, so like the whole, whenever we go to the car and go to the beach, that'll be a whole trip. But I think it's gonna be relatively slight compared to this one, because this one was like running, then boat. You know, halfway through you get to the boat and it's a whole sequence. I feel like the car, you get the car and then it's about the same length as the boat, but it starts the segment, the session, that part of the game starts with the car. So
the Vortigaunt's working his magic on your
Yeah.
airboat, so you'll have a little more firepower going forward. I think he's just finishing up now. Go on out.
we still have one more commentary node by my count in this whole area, so better be like nearby, but we'll see.
That gun came off one of the same hunter choppers that you're up against. I always like to bring a little irony to a firefight. Take that chopper down, and you should be able to tear on through the
Now we have a gun. I guess this is the reason why you need to have, like, normal FPS controls. Just, activate
Airboat
this.
Change-up. We heard from the playtesters that they wanted more varied gameplay from the airboat. Up until this point of the game, the player had no real way to fight back against the helicopter and other enemies, so it felt right to introduce a new weapon, and in turn, deliver a pacing change and set the stage for what would come next. In the subsequent areas, we added target practice to acquaint people with their new weapon.
Oh wait, there's more areas?
On the airgun projectiles meant targets would get sent flying and make it feel way more powerful than anything in the player's loadout. Even then, when it came to playtesting combat,
probably should wait.
A lot of testers still thought it was invincible, and hadn't noticed our efforts to illustrate that it was taking damage from the Combine-mounted guns earlier. To get over this, we did the most obvious thing. We put the helicopter directly outside the tunnel in which you get the gun and make it extremely clear that you can and should shoot it. And it worked.
Also, the guy does say, like, yeah, go fuck him up. Wow, this music seems loud. Hope it's fine. I'll say one... They did say earlier, like, oh yeah, we adjusted the volume of all our in-game sounds and stuff. We prioritize and deprioritize it a bunch, but like... I don't know. The music should be a consistent level, I feel. Even in big action scenes. Do we have to go inside, or can we just, like, shoot? Like that... No, we can't. We have to go inside. Oh, no, we just have to go around. Perfect. Ugh. It'd be cool if the loads could go, the music could play through the loads. But I bet that's like an engine limitation of Source Engine. I mean, I say it's a limitation, you know, they made the Source Engine for this game, originally. Like, it was brand new, and, ooh, commentary note, commentary note, commentary note!
Skybox
Hey, buddy.
time of day. The skybox and fog color changes incrementally during this chapter. This is meant to visually represent the passage of time as the player journeys through the canals and the chapter.
That's smart.
The fog color values in opposite directions help sell the illusion of the oblique angle of the sun. You can see it getting closer to sunset by this point. This culminates in the helicopter combat arena with the sun setting and Ravenholm visible in the skybox.
Oh, we'll have to keep an eye out for that then. We should probably see if that other path has like a commentary on it. Fucking hell, it does.
A Half-Life game is an ultimately linear experience, but we're always looking for ways to break up the player path and create non-linearity at level scale. This lambda cache, replaced with a zombie and headcrab ambush, was entirely optional and built only to add some of that non-linearity to this section of travel through the canals.
Sure. I mean, it's a weird time for it, you know, just to get out of your boat while you're being chased by guys. That feels awkward to me. But I guess they did, like, we did lose them for a second there. Do we wait for the fire to go out, or... go around? Excuse me.
Donkey Kong Barrel Ramp. This particular area, the drainage ramp, originally started as just an interesting piece of level architecture. But during playtesting, we quickly saw how fun it was to slide the airboat up and around the slope, so we added more elements to enhance that experience. This included Metro Cops dropping barrels down toward the player, and a little nod to the classic arcade game, Donkey Kong.
We've seen all three, so that probably means there's a load screen or something right around the corner. I'm gonna do like this when it's load, so you can't see my hand. Oh, I remember this part. We just gotta get past these guys. And how, you ask? Well, there's like sort of a passage tunnel. Maybe you have to kill all these guys first. And then it opens up. Okay, try number 2. Back it up a bit. Okay, I don't know about slow and steady here. I don't see an entrance. I feel like we gotta kill those guys. And it's mostly auto-targeting, so, like, I think that it could just, like, auto-target to where you need to shoot. Oh, I killed one of them. But half the time it's, like, auto-targeting not there. I guess the fact that my cursor... The aim isn't based on my cursor so much, it's like the cursor combined with the direction of the vehicle. Weirdly awkward. Also, by the time I'm finished shooting at one, I'm out of ammo, so the other one gets a smaller barrage of bullets. No. Okay, hey, health right there. Good. If I had to say, like, what the game's #1 problem was, I'd say, yeah, difficulty. The fact, and also the fact that, like, games don't work like this for a very good reason anymore. Right? Like, yeah, you don't really need to have, like, a health number that is, like, tracked for this long a period of time. Right? You could just have something that's more moment to moment, right? Like, oh, you, wait, seriously, wait, what the fuck? We killed those guys, but I don't see the way forward. I think I need to get into this passageway, but I don't see the entrance anywhere. Put a commentary note here being like, yeah, all our playtesters got through here easily. So I don't know what your problem is, dude. There's no way in? Do I need to get out? This seems unlikely. The fuck? Really have to get out and blow open a door? I'm assuming that this door is big enough for my boat. Yes. Just barely. Not always the hottest design, I'll say. Definitely some flaws. And I feel like, you know, 2004, like, what else came out in 2004? Let me see. 2004 game releases. I feel like the odd bit of unintuitive, clunky design is in there and really does suffer. And it's really like, okay, here's some games that came out that year, okay. Paper Mario 1000 Year Door. Obviously, that's my game of the year that year. That, without a question, for sure. GTA San Andreas. People really like that one. I never played it, so I can't speak to it. It wasn't on the GameCube, so that was a thing for me. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. I've watched that game before, and I think it's really fucking great. I would put Snake Eater over over this. Yes, I think. What else? Underground 2, Tony Hawk. No, that's not better than this. Metroid Zero Mission. Zero Mission, I love it. Yeah, I'd probably put this, put Zero Mission over this by like a hair. Pikmin 2. It also has some real difficulty issues. This is better than Pikmin 2, I'll say that. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Ooh. Another game with major difficulty issues. But I have like a deep affection for actually. Those two are tied in my head. Amazing Mirror Kirby. That's not as good as this. A lot of games, actually. I'm sure I could go through the whole list, but let's carry on. It's also weird sometimes I'm turning the... Oh wait, what am I doing? I was hitting the stick in the opposite direction for some reason. I don't know how my brain got twisted around like that, of course. turns you the direction you're... Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. It's time for the big fight, I think.
Helicopter Megabomb Origin. The Megabomb helicopter attack was based on a bug where a programmer accidentally removed the bomb drop cooldown, resulting in the chopper dropping hundreds of bombs all at once. It looked so cool that we decided that we had to keep it for the final shipping bombing run attack.
It's cool. Oh, there's like, I guess one more. I think we're going inside one more time. Okay. Also, I'll say, I won't lie and say that, like, Metroid Prime 2 games of that nature don't have some clunky and unintuitive business.
Gate. The wheel
I'm just saying, I love them, is all.
mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here,
I was supposed to kill the helicopter here, okay. That makes sense, okay. The commentary meant that I could just do it, but, you know, that's not what we're supposed to do here, clearly. We're supposed to actually have a gunfight. Oh, it looks like it dropped a bunch of bombs when I wasn't looking. Oh, there it goes. Oh. Okay, I did see that. I have seen the bombs now.
Helicopter Megabomb.
Just want to make sure that that is still collected. I could use more health. I really could. So I should probably drive for the crates during this fight. Oh my god. I should shoot and then I should drive while it is like recharging. And shoot. Ooh. Low now. Let's get out of the way. Yikes! Okay. I mean, they do make it feel like an accomplishment, you actually killing the thing. Which is not something that, like, all modern games would bother with, right? Like, a modern game would just be happy to make you feel, powerful, you know? There's something to be said to making, like, an actual challenge, but a lot of the challenge kind of comes down to, like, how good you've been playing the rest of the game. You know, like, if I had, like, twice as much health as I do going into this fight, that would make the fight twice as easy. Like, I don't see how just the basic design it just seems so intuitive to me from, like, a modern perspective that, like, yeah, you should start every fight at full health. A boss fight? Yeah, give the player the opportunity to recharge the full health right before there. Unless you're literally doing a Souls-like. Unless you're literally, like, leaning into the difficulty. Games like this, I think they just didn't... That was not a worldview that they even considered, like, yeah, no. This is your health that you have. You want more health? I guess you should explore. Also, the vehicle is kind of like, a little bit assy. It handles a little bit like ass, you know? I can't tell if, like, it's doing damage when it's at that range and I'm not, like, automatically locking on. Like, should I be hitting it when I'm too far away for the lock-on to do a thing? Fuck! Like, at a certain point... I feel it would also be nice if, like, the commentary was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, at the time, this was, like, what shooter design was. This was before Call of Duty. You know, they hadn't invented a shooter where you just breeze through. They hadn't invented the idea that after each combat fight, you just sort of get all your health back.
Mega Bomb origin. The Mega Bomb helicopter attack was based on a bug where a programmer accidentally removed the bomb drop cooldown, resulting in the chopper dropping hundreds of bombs all at once. It looked so cool that we decided that we had to keep it for the
Listen
final
to this again.
bombing run attack.
That's interesting. Okay. I've been around every corner of this arena, so... I think we just drove into some explosives, but... clear a little bit. It cannot shoot up. So you gotta get close enough to, like, have the auto-targeting be on, but not so close that you can't aim in its direction. Yeah, I'm holding right here and it's turning to the left. That's fucked up. I'm not imagining it. The auto-targeting is also just occasionally not shooting at the guy who's the major danger, but instead shooting at, like, I don't know, immediately to its side. There's another, couple of pickups there. And we got 15 extra health. 30 extra health. Well, how about that? 30 extra health. Wow. Fuck. Which direction am I facing? Ow, 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 come on! Oh. I just got a bunch of health. That's really useful. Let's go.
Helicopter Megabomb origin. The Megabomb helicopter attack was based on a bug where a programmer accidentally removed the bomb drop cooldown, resulting in the chopper dropping hundreds of bombs all at once.
Yeah, basically
So
full
we
health.
decided that we had to keep it for the final shipping bombing run attack.
Sometimes he flies really close and just opens himself up to so much damage. It feels like it's fucking random, though. I'm holding to the right and I'm turning to the left. Visibly, my guy is turning in the opposite direction as the boat is moving. Explain that, commentary nodes. Explain boat! It is a very cool attack. Why opposite direction? Okay, he's at 2 fires. 2 fires. I feel like sections like this and like gameplay like this is like commitment to a bit, right? Like, oh yeah, it's gonna be realistic, it's gonna be like immersive, you know, the gun is gonna be a little bit wonky to use because these guns would be wonky. But like the regular guns that you use aren't wonky. They just feel good. By making this wonky, you don't make it like more realistic, you just make it clunky. You know, I wonder at certain points, would this have been better if this section had been third person? You know, if the driving had just been third person driving, and maybe the shooting during it more automatic than anything. Where'd it go? I killed it? Oh, Jesus. I had 13 health. Like, yeah, I can see why people will get motion sick if they can just turn their head and the vehicle just continues in the direction forward. Or, yeah, you know, you you know, obviously in the original, they were playtesting on the PC. Maybe this is a problem with the recently added controller support on the PC.
Arena
I don't
exit
know.
gate.
I don't know.
The wheel mechanism to raise the exit gate was added specifically to force the player to defeat the helicopter before they can move forward. We often refer to elements like this as gating the player, using design elements to keep them from progressing until they've completed a necessary task. Here, it's quite literally a gate.
Oh. Jeez. Again, look, I'm holding to the left, I'm turning to the right. Holding to the left, turning to the right. Visibly my steering wheel is turning to the left, rotating to the right. I release it, I turn it back to that direction, now it's going to the left. Go fucking figure. Now that we're done with the boss fight, it's just a curiosity. Oh, Jesus, there's guys! Again, I have 10 health. on. Well, you know what? I have this car. Fuck y'all. I may not have much life, but my car is very good. My hovercraft, my boat. What the fuck?
Helicopter Final Battle. We designed this area as the arena for the final showdown between the player and the Combine attack helicopter. It's the player's chance to finally eliminate the relentless enemy that's been hunting them since fleeing underground after leaving Kleiner's lab. This area went through many iterations to get right. It needed ample space for fast-paced vehicle combat, a smooth movement flow with clear path options, and reliable performance. We also
And how many of those did it have, I ask?
Aimed for visual clarity suited to combat, striking but not overly noisy, while ensuring it would serve as a memorable vista once the helicopter is destroyed.
I mean, it is a memorable vista. You got me there. It's very nice. I feel accomplished, but also fuck that. That was fucked. That was not good. Bad job. Fuck you! Not very happy with that. How that fight is put together, honestly. No, not pleased. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't really need to go in here, but knock knock, come on out. Hang on. Can't just climb up the wall here. It'd be too much. Come on out. Fuck you. Fuck you too. Anyone else in there? Come on out. Come on out. Now, this would be a great time to just give me a boatload of health, considering I just beat a helicopter. Well, there's some ammo. Here's some health. And here's some more health. Okay, great. Here's my health. I had to kill a bunch more guys to get it. I mean, there were autosaves, so that's fine, but I'm really not in a mood to have to fight more guys. Honestly. I'm in the mood to be healed to full and to see a cutscene or two. I guess I did. I did invite this. I did go looking. I could have just driven on. Maybe it's on me. Ah. Maybe we need to go that way though, because I don't see the way. This way, isn't it? This way is all logged up. mean, there is a ramp up here so that you can bring the car up. Oh, I think I might have an explanation. When you're going backwards, the left and right controls are reversed. So, like, if you're going backwards just a little bit, maybe the game just sort of, you know, assumes that that makes sense logically, but, you know, I was basically at a standstill when I was turning left and right. This place is nothing. Just an optional place to get a heal. This is just a landing pad for the helicopter. Nothing interesting here. That's a no-go. That's a dead end. Maybe there's something around the back. We can't have to walk on foot, right? Can I drive my car here? I mean, this looks like a place for that would be awkward to drive in. Also, I'm just noticing I have some grenades now on this gun. But, like, I'm not sure I see another option. I'll say a thing that's awkward when you're making a commentary about this game is there are ways in which this game is, like, out of sorts with, like, modern design, right? It'd be like if you were listening to a Metroid Prime 2 commentary and they never really talked about how they got the balancing wrong on, like, oh yeah, we made the Spider Ball Guardian. We made the Boost Ball Guardian extremely too hard. We really super fucked up there. Sorry. It would only be right for them to apologize, but, like, you know, admittedly, that's kind of just how games were at the time. You know, it's even, like, a little bit just was normal. That, like, oh yeah, the boss was just really fucking overtuned. It was our mistake. These sorts of things happen just because we were the ones testing it, and we were the ones that determined how hard it should be. I don't know, though. It sounds like they had plenty of people who had, like, never played a shooter before play it, and, you know, still felt right about it. Black Mesa East, we're finally at the end of the canal. This is the end of the canal here. Goodbye, boats. Ugh.
Airboat wreckage. Originally, we destroyed the airboat in the jump over the dam. So this level opened with the player amidst the wreckage of their beloved airboat. In a team-wide playtest, people felt disappointed to lose the vehicle they had spent so much time in. There was a lot of internal debate about whether that feeling of loss was a valuable experience or not. Ultimately, we decided to leave the airboat intact to allow for the possibility of the player reuniting with it someday.
So
Some
not in the
say
game.
That airboat is still out there, waiting for you.
Yeah, right here. Right there. Okay. Well. It is like, what time is it? 1:15? We've been going around, 5 hours then? Around 5 hours. I think This is about where we will call it. Let's just, like...
Alex and Mossman. In our early plans for Half-Life 2
listen to this last one, I
we
guess.
wanted to take on...
Let's just load the game. The autosave. Oh, this is perfect. I've not listened to that audio track, that audio log, and also I have listened to this one out here. Great, perfect. Okay, this is where we're gonna pick up next time. Also, did it get darker when I reloaded that save? I don't know, but it's hard to see the saved game color difference. It's very slight. That is where I will be leaving it for tonight. We've gotten all the way through the fucking canals. Those were... This game's harder than I remember. I remember there being some difficulty spikes, but... Oh boy. Oh boy. The fact that by the conventions of the day, you don't return to full health even before a major boss fight... That's just insane by modern standards. I do feel more accomplished, I guess, having struggled through, managed to get through, etc. But still, I am tired. You know, maybe this is a game that is best split up across as many days as possible. You know, played a couple hours at a time rather than 5 hours at a time. And certainly for its day, it was revolutionary in so many ways, as I hope, you know, all the times that they say, like, oh, we had to invent the wheel for this. We had to invent the mirror, the rear view mirror for this. We had to invent the combustion engine for this. You know, they literally had to invent steam for this. Like, come on. Like, that is a level of having to invent stuff that you never would have to do now. No one has to invent a whole marketplace for the sake of one game, and they did back in Half-Life 2's era. Like, that's probably part of the reason why it is so, like, widely remembered. Like, it is the start of PC gaming as we know it now, as, you know, via Steam. Before then, PC games came on discs, if you could believe it, and they had codes on the back that you had to enter in for them to unlock. And Half-Life 2, man, that was the start of it. You know, I got in probably a few years after that myself on Steam. I wonder what my first Steam game was. I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts. I hope that this has been interesting to more people than just myself. And I will say, let's pull up the old schedule there and see the regular stream schedule. Next Tuesday, more Half-Life. It looks like Half-Life will be the plan for a couple Tuesdays now. I wonder how far we are through the game. Are we like a third of the way through, or like a fourth of the way through? I know we got the Raven part, the Ravenhold part, Ravenholm. That's coming up. And after that, there's like the big car sequence, I think, where we drive to a prison or something. So like the beach part is coming up. And then I think there's like the final parts. So that's like 3 segments, but I think Ravenholm is like really nice and compact, maybe like a couple hours. So maybe like next time we do that, and then the driving part, and then the next stream after that is the finale. Or maybe it's more like 4 streams, and you know, we take our time all nice and good. You know, that would take us through the rest of the year, basically, if it was 4 streams. Well, more Half-Life next week, I can say that for sure. Probably for the next few weeks, at least. At least the next 2 weeks, I would imagine at this rate. Mario Maker will be at noon on Friday this week because I have the day off. And the day after that, Saturday, I am doing a Xbox 360 themed Extra Life where donors can pick the games out of my whole collection. I have a document listing out all the games that I have on the Xbox 360. It's going to be on the Extra Life page when you go to donate, and you can use it as a guide for what you can request. Obviously, I don't have. If I don't have a game, it's not an option. But what are you gonna do? That's just how it works. I am sending anyone here on Twitch over to Team Kayla, who is finishing Metal Gear Solid 4 right now. That sounds good. She is going late because she is finishing it, and that game is long, I guess. Let me pull up that stream on my end so I can see it go down. And I think this is like the very, very end, too. I will see y'all on Friday for viewer levels. That'll be on Black Friday. I gotta pause so I can hit the raid now button. That'll be on Friday. Maybe I should hit the button on my phone, or just wait until it automatically goes. How long until it automatically goes? Like a minute. You know what? I'll hit the raid now button after I hit end stream, and you won't have to see the pause menu. There's nothing wrong with the pause menu. In fact, let's just quit out to the main menu. Even better. And I don't need to save because I just saved. Perfect. Oh, I meant to just quit out to the pause menu. That quit out of the game. Well, that's fine. There's 5 seconds left until the raid. Okay, folks. I'll see y'all on Friday. Bye. And Extra Life Saturday. Saturday Extra Life. Gonna be a big fun thing. Bye.